LoveLore Library. Chapter 785. Dong Huang Linger had a feeling that her soul had been seen through. The girl in front of her seemed to have seen through her with her pair of black eyes. She was no more than 10 years old. How is this possible? You. Dong Huang Linger cried out. Dong Huang Linger's Dharma soul was revealed. Yunxing took a closer look and saw a small snake attached to Dong Huang Linger's Dharma soul. It was a small green snake that was about the same size as Little Green. As if it had felt the fluctuations of a summoner, the small snake moved its head anxiously. So it was hiding in your Dharma soul. No wonder I couldn't find it. After seeing the small snake, Yunxing's black eyes darkened, and the chanting from her mouth became even faster. In her body, the powerful power of her five-colored Dharma soul was trying to control the small snake. Dong Huang Linger gritted her teeth and uttered a series of words that were hard to understand. In an instant, the magical fluctuations of Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger spread out in the room. As if there was a strong wind, the curtains in the room fluttered. Outside the room, Gu Feng and Qi heard the movements in the room. Gu Feng couldn't hold it in and wanted to barge in. Don't go in. Qi stopped Gu Feng. Trust Yunxing. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and suppressed the impulse in his heart. That small snake had a confused look on its face. Obviously, it didn't understand why there were two commands controlling it. For a moment, it didn't know which command it should listen to. In the beginning, Dong Huang Linger's magical power had the upper hand. But as time passed, the power of Yunxing's five-elemental Dharma soul became stronger and stronger. Dong Huang Linger could only feel that her magical power was losing ground. It's too scary. Just where did this girl come from? Her Dharma soul is so powerful that it's unimaginable. Suddenly, an ice-cold magical power attacked Dong Huang Linger. She felt that her consciousness was swallowed up in an instant. Hiss! Under the influence of the two powerful magical powers, the small snake finally couldn't hold it in and let out a sharp hiss. It rolled to the ground as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Ah, Dong Huang Linger! With a miserable shriek, she collapsed onto the ground. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Gu Feng rushed in. Abandonment followed closely behind, rushing in. When Gu Feng saw the little snake on the ground and Dong Huang Linger who had collapsed onto the ground, Gu Feng hurriedly helped her up. The little snake on the ground still wanted to escape. On Qi's shoulder, Little Green bit the little snake hard with a swoosh. After Little Green bit the small snake to death, it opened its jaws and swallowed the small snake that was about the same size as it. Its face was full of satisfaction. In Dong Zhao Temple, Madame Qi Bai, who was sitting cross-legged, let out a blood-curdling scream and rolled down from the couch. Her movements alerted the maidservants outside. When the maidservants saw this, they were terrified and hurriedly informed Du Guxiu. When Crown Prince Du Guxiu arrived, he found that Madame Qi Bai's hair was disheveled and her face was pale. She had spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Qi Bai, what happened? Du Guxiu hurriedly carried Madame Qi Bai. It was as if she had aged a few years after he saw her. Her originally enchanting face was filled with pain. She didn't expect that she, who had always prided herself on being smart, would actually fall into the hands of a little girl at this juncture. Right now, she could only inform Du Guxiu and ask him to capture that group of people. Your Highness the Crown Prince, those people are in the Imperial Palace. Quickly go and catch them. Madame Qi Bai forcefully suppressed her anger and finally finished speaking. Suddenly, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Only now did Du Guxiu know that Yunxing and the others, whom he had been trying to find, were actually hiding in the Imperial Palace. Although he was furious that Qi Bai didn't inform him earlier, Xiu could only immediately order people to find an imperial physician to take care of Madame Qi Bai. As for himself, he personally picked 300 guards and rushed towards the imperial palace. However, when Xiu arrived at the eastern capital's imperial palace, the imperial palace was already empty. There was no trace of Yunsheng and Dong Huangling. Damn it, Yunsheng, this crown prince doesn't believe that you can hide to the ends of the earth. Xiu's complexion was ashen. He punched a pillar. The pillar that required two people to hug together was actually broken into two by his punch. At this moment, Yunsheng and the others were hurriedly leaving the imperial palace under the cover of the night. After getting rid of Madame Qi Bai's control, Yunsheng understood that Xiu would arrive very soon. Fortunately, earlier, Yunsheng had already heard from the palace maids that there was a secret passage in the imperial garden that was specially used for eunuchs and palace maids to leave the palace. Yunsheng immediately decided to leave the eastern capital with Ling Er. After getting rid of Madame Qi Bai's control, Donghuang Ling Er was very weak. Due to the snake parasite's control, Donghuang Ling Er's magic soul was devoured to a certain extent. She was muddle-headed and could only barely recognize Yunsheng. However, it was difficult for her to even speak, let alone use magic. With the support of Yunsheng and Tyrant Jean, she rushed out of the eastern capital. The few of them hurried through the night. After leaving the eastern capital, they entered a relatively safe forest outside the city. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yunsheng ordered Tyrant Jean to go out and take a look at Donghuang Ling Er's condition. Yunsheng, why is Ling Er still muddle-headed? Didn't you say that the snake parasite's control was already broken? Gu Feng wiped the sweat on Ling Er's forehead. Looking at Ling Er's weak and powerless appearance, Gu Feng wished that he could bear the pain in her place. It should be because her magic soul was devoured, which affected her divine sense. With her condition, even if she recovers, I'm afraid she can't be a magician anymore. Yunsheng sighed and said this with difficulty. Ling Er's condition wasn't optimistic. Her condition was like a patient with a brain injury in modern times. Whether she could recover or not depended on her own willpower. If her willpower was strong enough, she might be able to recover one day. However, she could only live like a normal person. Hearing this, Gu Feng and Qi fell silent. Why don't we bring her back to the continent's magic elite camp and let the elders take a look at her? I'll think of a way to concoct some potions that can nourish her magic soul. Yunsheng looked sad when she saw her good friend's condition. The snake parasite of the Boss Serpent clan was really harmful. Looking at Ling Er's miserable state, Yunsheng was very angry that she didn't kill Madame Qi Bai just now. Unfortunately, she wasn't Xiu's opponent now. If she met Madame Qi Bai again, she definitely wouldn't let that witch off. No, Yunsheng, Qi, I plan to take Ling away. Gu Feng made up his mind and suddenly said. Chapter 786. Gu Feng's words stunned Yunsheng and abandoned. Gu Feng, what did you say? You want to leave with Ling Er? Yunsheng knew that Gu Feng was in pain. But even so, she didn't agree with Gu Feng taking Ling away. Gu Feng, she needs better treatment. Abandon also knew that Gu Feng must have gone through an intense struggle to accept the fact that Ling had become like this. Even if she recovers, what can she do? With her personality, she will probably return to the eastern capital. Also, the elders might not agree to take her in. Gu Feng wiped the corners of his eyes and held back his tears. Yunsheng and Abandon were speechless. Actually, they might have thought of what Gu Feng said. The mainland's magic elite camp was very powerful, but it wasn't powerful enough to contend with later Qin. Donghuang Ling was the princess of the eastern capital, and she was already engaged to Duguxiu. This was a fact that was acknowledged by the entire mainland. If they secretly harbored Ling, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of the eastern capital and later Qin. Taking a step back, even if Ling was cured and she could no longer practice magic, her mother and brother were still in Duguxiu's hands. She would definitely do everything she could to save her family. In that case, Ling Er's final outcome would still be to marry Duguxiu and suffer for the rest of her life. But Gu Feng, have you ever thought that if you leave, it would be equivalent to giving up everything? Abandon sighed. He, Gu Feng, and Yunsheng had known each other for many years. Gu Feng's family background and strength were the weakest among the three. He was also the most hardworking among them. Before meeting Ling Gu Feng's life goal was very simple. He only hoped that one day, he could become a famous light mage in the continent and help his family escape from poverty. After joining the mainland's magic elite camp, his dream gradually came true. He was about to become the most outstanding light magician after the dazzling light magician. But at this time, he chose to give up. Abandon felt that it wasn't worth it for Gu Feng. How could Yunqing not think the same way? However, Ling and Gu Feng were her close friends. She also understood that Gu Feng's decision was the best way to help Ling Gu Feng loves Ling very much. He will do everything he can to cherish Ling Although Ling was muddle-headed right now, it was also because of this that she could forget her identity as the princess of the eastern capital. For so many years, this noble identity was a kind of shackle to Donghuang Ling She respected their decision as long as Ling and Gu Feng could be happy. I'm a selfish person. I don't have much ambition. I just want to protect Ling and let her live happily. No matter how short these days are, I have no regrets. After making up his mind, Gu Feng left with Ling Yunqing, and Qi. For the time being, he hadn't decided where to go with Ling Perhaps he would go to his hometown, or perhaps he would go to a small village with beautiful scenery and no disputes. You too, don't send me off. I will definitely contact you when I find a place to stay. Gu Feng reluctantly bid farewell to his two friends. Perhaps he was afraid that the scene would be too sad. Gu Feng forced a smile. Yunqing, the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life is meeting you. You've helped me so much that just a word of thanks isn't enough. I can only pray that you can defeat all the competitors in the next mission. Gu Feng grinned and laughed. Yunqing's eyes reddened. She vaguely remembered the stuttering Gu Feng from back then. The two of them have known each other for many years. Thinking about it now, it felt like an instant. Abandon, you are my good brother. You have to work hard. Gu Feng said. He first looked at Yunqing, then winked at Abandon. Abandon's ears turned red. The matter of him liking Yunqing had always been a secret between him and Gu Feng. No matter how far away the farewell was, there would always be an end. Gu Feng took Ling and said goodbye to Yunqing and the others. He set foot on the path he had chosen to pursue. Yunqing and Qi sent them off with their eyes until they could no longer see Gu Feng's figure. Then, they sighed and looked away. I didn't expect Gu Feng to be the bravest among the three of us. Yunqing asked herself. If she encountered such a thing, she probably wouldn't be able to do what Gu Feng did. I'm very envious of him. She looked at Yunqing beside him thoughtfully. Let's go back to the mainland's magic elite camp first. I think we have made a big mistake this time. Yunqing smiled bitterly. With Duguxiu's intelligence, he would definitely think that the assassin that day had something to do with the Hunters Guild. At that time, he would probably find the mainland's magic elite camp immediately. If they didn't hurry, Xiu's people would have found the mainland's magic elite camp first. At that time, it would be hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. Yunxing's guess wasn't wrong. After Xiu couldn't find anyone in the palace, he immediately investigated the defenses of Dongzhao Temple. From the right chief minister, he investigated the Hunters Guild. Finally, he found out that Yunsheng and Abandon were both from the mainland's magic elite camp. He didn't expect that Yunsheng would go to the magic elite camp in the few years when there was no news of her. Thinking back to that night, when the two of them met again, Xiu was angry, but his heart was also itching. Damn Yunsheng. This woman was his natural nemesis. Every time, she would ruin his plans. But the more she was like this, the more he itched for her. He hadn't seen Yunsheng for several years. What had she become? Thinking of that pair of seductive black eyes under the night sky, Xiu's body couldn't help but heat up. Xiu was immersed in his own thoughts, completely forgetting that he was in Madame Qi Bai's room. Your Highness, this medicine is so bitter. Madame Qi Bai, who had been severely injured by Yunsheng's 5-elemental Dharma spirit, had already recovered 80 to 90% after the imperial physician's treatment. At this moment, she looked like a sickly beauty, lying on the bed and acting coquettishly, asking Xiu to feed her medicine. Who knew that Xiu held the medicine bowl in his hand and didn't move for a long time? His face was gloomy and uncertain, and she didn't know where his soul had flown to. Madame Qi Bai could only prop herself up, half leaning on Xiu's body as she asked in a delicate voice. Xiu suddenly stood up and threw the medicine to the palace maid at the side. If you don't drink it, then throw it away. There was obviously some anger in his tone. He hadn't settled the score with Madame Qi Bai yet. He already knew from the left chief minister that Madame Qi Bai had a way to find the whereabouts of Yunsheng and the others. But he didn't know what this woman was thinking, to actually hide it and not report it. Otherwise, Yunsheng definitely wouldn't be able to escape from under his nose. Just thinking of this, Xiu wished he could strangle Madame Qi Bai to death. Chapter 787. Xiu's temperament was cold. Towards women, even the women that he doted on, he was temperamental. In his opinion, women only had two uses, to carry on the family line and to vent his body's needs. In the past, he felt that Madame Qi Bai was different from other women. For example, when it came to the matter of marrying Dong Huangling, the women in the Crown Prince's residence all cried bitterly. They were afraid that the Crown Prince's wife would deal with them after marrying into the residence. Only Madame Qi Bai was able to see the big picture. She even took the initiative to follow him to the eastern capital. Xiu had thought that even if Dong Huangling married into the Crown Prince's residence in the future, he would still promote Madame Qi Bai to be the mistress of the residence. However, who would have thought that Madame Qi Bai's handling of the assassination incident this time would be so bad, causing the good impression that Xiu had of her to disappear completely. Women were indeed creatures that would become arrogant because of being pampered. How would Xiu know that Madame Qi Bai's magnanimity and propriety differed from person to person? Madame Qi Bai was born in the Baoshi tribe. Her father had many wives and concubines. Since young, she was influenced by what she saw and heard. Thus, she wasn't against men having many wives. Her mother had also always taught her that only a powerful man could have many wives and children. After Madame Qi Bai got to know Xiu, she blindly respected his strength and status. Thus, she wasn't against Xiu having other women. However, she was like a female snake that was entrenched in her territory. If she were to meet a powerful woman that could even shake her status, she would disregard everything and eliminate the other party. She took the initiative to come to the eastern capital so that she could gauge the status of the future crown prince's wife, Dong Huangling. If she was certain that Dong Huangling might be a threat to her status, she would have directly killed Dong Huangling. However, after seeing Dong Huangling, Madame Chi Bai was certain that Dong Huangling wouldn't be a threat to her. Most importantly, Duguxiu wasn't interested in Dong Huangling. However, Yun Sheng was different. Although Madame Chi Bai didn't even know about Yun Sheng's background, with her woman's intuition, she was able to determine that Yun Sheng was different from Ling. If Yun Sheng also married into the crown prince's residence, who knew how much Duguxiu would dote on her? How could Duguxiu possibly know what Madame Chi Bai was thinking? Duguxiu more or less knew about Madame Chi Bai's background. However, her appearance was charming, and her skills in bed were also very pleasing to him. More importantly, the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor still needed this woman to control them, so he could not kill her for the time being. But even so, it didn't mean that Duguxiu would spoil her like before. Madame Chi Bai was shocked. She also felt that Duguxiu's attitude today was different from before. Disregarding her sickly body, she hurriedly got off the bed and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please calm down." This slave did not mean to hide it. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she used her most delicate voice to beg. Her dress was half covered, revealing the beautiful scenery in front of her chest. As long as it was a normal man, seeing such a beautiful woman in tears, he would not be able to help but step forward and hold her in his arms. However, Duguxiu was not a normal man. He looked down at Madame Chi Bai, who was kneeling on the ground, and his long fingers lifted Madame Chi Bai's tender chin. When he retracted his fingers, 2 green marks immediately appeared on Madame Chi Bai's white and slender chin. "Chi Bai, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're a member of the Bashi clan. You should know my true identity. I can kill you at any time." There was not the slightest bit of pity or affection from before in his eagle eyes. Madame Chi Bai was so scared that she trembled, unable to say a word. She could feel the terrifying pressure coming from this man's body. This man was the man who had shared the same bed with her a few days ago. He was too frightening. "However, if you listen to me obediently and help me complete my plan, I will treat you well. No matter if it's in the future Qin Yi or in the 8 Desolate Tribe, I can guarantee you a place." Duguxiu's voice slowly became gentle and the strength in his hands also lessened quite a bit. He lifted Madame Chi Bai's chin and left an ice-cold kiss on her lips. The fear in Madame Chi Bai's eyes also slowly turned into obsession. When Duguxiu left the room, Madame Chi Bai felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She sat on the ground, paralyzed. She bit her lips, not saying a word. What a temperamental and frightening man. She clearly knew that he was such a person, but why did her heart still sink uncontrollably? Madame Chi Bai's face was desolate. At this moment, the piccolo hidden in her clothes vibrated. Madame Chi Bai hurriedly wiped away the tears in her eyes, straightened her clothes, and then took out the piccolo. Magical light flickered on the piccolo, and an illusion appeared. The illusion gradually became real, and finally changed into a man of the same size. If Yun Sheng met the person in the illusion, she would definitely recognize him, because this was one of the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe that Yun Sheng had met once in the Dutian blood realm, Chi Muguan of the Ba Shi tribe. "Third sister, why do you look so pale?" Chi Muguan and Madame Chi Bai were actually siblings. Madame Chi Bai and Chi Muguan were born from the same mother. Although the 2 siblings had to be separated for some reason since young, the relationship between the 2 siblings had always been good. He saw Madame Chi Bai's weak appearance and was very shocked. He hurriedly asked what had happened. "Big brother, one of my soul snake eggs was accidentally devoured." Madame Chi Bai gritted her teeth when she mentioned this matter. It was all that female magician's fault. If she hadn't interfered halfway, Duguxiu wouldn't have become so frightening, and her Dharma soul wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. When she mentioned the snake goo earlier, he was only half right. There were two types of snake goo. One was the ordinary snake goo, and the other was the soul snake goo. The snake goo only needed to be fed with the host's blood for 10 years, but the soul snake goo was different. It needed to be fed with the host's blood and magic for 20 years to become a soul snake. The snake goo was used for ordinary people, while the soul snake goo was used for powerful magicians or warriors. The soul snake goo could only be fed by the direct descendants of the Bashi tribe. Madame Chi Bai's soul snake had just hatched a few years ago, and it had only laid 3 soul snake eggs. Earlier, in order to control everyone in the imperial palace, Madame Chi Bai used the snake goo to control several people, including the East Emperor and Empress Dowager Situ. However, when it was Dong Huangling's turn, because her strength was stronger than her brother and Empress Dowager, ordinary snake goo couldn't control her. In order to please Duguxiu, Madame Chi Bai specially used one of the snake goo to control Dong Huangling. Who would have thought that it would actually backfire on her? Chapter 788. How could you be so careless? The soul snake egg is such an important thing, how could you use it so rashly? Qi Muguan's expression changed when he heard this. The soul snake egg was no small matter. It was equivalent to a part of the host's magical soul. Devouring the soul snake meant that Madame Chi Bai's cultivation was greatly reduced. This would definitely cause permanent damage to her future cultivation. I also didn't expect that the other party was a summoner, and an extremely powerful one at that, Madame Chi Bai said hatefully. What annoyed her the most was that she still didn't know who the sorceress who attacked her was. Even though she tried to ask Duguxiu about the sorceress background, Duguxiu was very cautious about the sorceress background and refused to reveal a single word. He even directly warned Madame Chi Bai not to have any ideas about the sorceress. Duguxiu's biased tone made Madame Chi Bai even more jealous. Summoner. A summoner from the Zhao state. Qi Muguan was also very curious. Who could directly devour Madame Chi Bai's soul snake? As a descendant of the 8 wastelands, Madame Chi Bai's cultivation was close to that of a commander-level magical beast the moment she was born. The soul snake that she raised with her blood and magic power was not a match for normal warriors and sorcerers. It shouldn't be. The other party should be a freelance summoner, but her cultivation is very high. I dare say that she's comparable to our tribe's Lord Shaman Zhao, Madame Chi Bai said with certainty. Especially her magical soul is very strong. I suffered because I couldn't withstand her magical soul. It seems that in these years, the human race has indeed produced some rising stars that we can't help but pay attention to. I heard from Qingya that he and Violet also met a very powerful female summoner in the Dutian blood realm. She had at least several magical beasts of the commander level and above in her hands. Qi Muguan's words made Qi Bai even more shocked. A summoner who could control several magical beasts of the commander level and above at once, how powerful would that be? This time, Qi Muguan took the initiative to contact Qi Bai partly because he wanted to use Madame Qi Bai to ask around the continent about the mysterious female summoner's background. You have to pay more attention to this matter. The death of the soul snake has affected you greatly. You should go into seclusion for a while. Also, father asked you to get close to the later Qin crown prince, Duguxiu. You must find the Qilin king's corpse. How's your investigation on this matter? Qi Muguan gave Madame Qi Bai some spiritual medicine to help her recover her vitality. Hearing her brother's question, Madame Qi Bai hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard anything yet. Big brother, are you sure that King Qilin's corpse is hidden in the later Qin? Not many people knew that the corpse of the Qilin patriarch was not in the Qilin tomb in the Dutian blood seal. There's no smoke without fire. Later Qin Crown Prince Duguxiu's battle qi is very special. It's very similar to He Linlin's battle qi. Either he stole the corpse of the Qilin patriarch, or he has one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. No matter which one he has, you must think of a way to get it. Qi Muguan noticed the slight hesitation on Madame Qi Bai's face. Qi Muguan and Madame Qi Bai's sibling relationship was very deep. He noticed the change in his sister's expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that brat." Qi Bai wouldn't dare. "Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to find out." Madame Qi Bai sighed in her heart as she sent Qi Muguan off. A few days later, Yunsheng and Qi returned to the mainland's magic elite camp. What awaited them was indeed a storm of attacks. However, this time, it was the mainland's warrior elite camp that was pressuring them. It was only then that Yunsheng found out that the mainland's warrior elite camp had some relationship with later Qin. It was said that the earliest person to establish the mainland's warrior elite camp was a martial emperor of later Qin. The true identity of this later Qin martial emperor was a prince of later Qin. Therefore, all these years, the relationship between later Qin and the mainland's warrior elite camp had always been good. Yunsheng and Qi left the camp without permission and caused a huge commotion in the eastern capital. This matter had already reached the ears of the mainland's warrior elite camp's elders. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder had no choice but to bring the later Qin's envoy to the Great Elder. The Great Elder had no choice but to look for the dark gold-ranked instructor and instructor Shi Huang. The 2 instructors could only brace themselves and bring along their precious disciples. The later Qin's envoy even embellished a bunch of bad things about Yunsheng and Qi, saying that it was nothing more than hindering the relationship between the 2 countries and almost causing a war between later Qin and the eastern capital. However, since things have already come to this, the later Qin's crown prince is also a person who can see the big picture. He has decided not to pursue this matter. When the later Qin's envoy got agitated, he suddenly changed the topic. Duguxiu also had some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't announce the disappearance of Donghuang Ling to the public. He didn't tell the public about the princess's disappearance for the time being. He only said that the princess suddenly contracted a serious illness and needed to rest for a year before she could get married. It's really the later Qin's fortune that Prince Dugu can be so righteous. When the Great Elder heard this, he squeezed out a smile on his old face. When Yunsheng heard this, a trace of ominous premonition arose in her heart. If Duguxiu was so kind, it would really rain red. He did this for nothing more than to save his own face. Although the crown prince won't pursue this matter, the mainland's elite camp still has to give an explanation for this matter. The princess's whereabouts must be revealed. The later Qin's envoy had an arrogant look on his face. This. The Great Elder pondered for a moment, then looked at Yunsheng. The latter had an ignorant look on her face, as if saying, "I don't know, no matter how you ask, I won't know." As for Qi, his face was like a coffin. Wanting to get an explanation from him was really more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Cold sweat appeared on the Great Elder's forehead. If it wasn't for the Great Elder's good mental fortitude, he would have already scolded at this moment. He also wanted to vomit blood. Good. They lost Gufeng out of nowhere. He was a light magician that the mainland's elite camp spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Now that they lost him, they still had to give an explanation to Duguxiu. If it was any other disciple, the Great Elder would probably rush up and beat them up violently. But why did it have to be Yunsheng and Qi? These 2 people were already predetermined to be the candidates for the next divine weapon mission. Great Elder, if you are really in a difficult position, the Crown Prince has another way to make it up to you. As if he had already guessed that the Great Elder would be hesitant. The later Qin envoy at the side opened his mouth again. His Highness said that there is another way to resolve this matter. That is, in this mission to find the divine weapon, the mainland's elite camp must form an alliance with the later Qin, act together, advance and retreat together. Chapter 789. Half a month later, after Yi Baiming finished fusing with the blood crystal, he heard the news from the Great Elder. The advantages of forming an alliance with later Qin outweigh the disadvantages. As far as I know, all the major forces have come prepared for this mission. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison was still talking non-stop. He didn't notice that his precious disciple's face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Little wild cat, how did you provoke De Guxiu in this half a month when Ben Wang wasn't here? The Great Elder of Ghost Prison briefly explained the coup in the eastern capital, Dong Wangling, running away from the marriage, and Gu Feng's retirement. Yi Baiming didn't know that Yunsheng's trip to the eastern capital would involve the conflict between the eastern capital and later Qin. The tone of the later Qin envoy was very tyrannical. Compared to handing over Dong Wangling, and Gu Feng, forming an alliance was undoubtedly the best way to resolve the dispute. What's more, Prince Dugu magnanimously said that cooperation was cooperation, but in the search for the divine artifact, the elite camp and later Qin were only allies. No matter which side found the divine artifact with their own ability, the other side couldn't obstruct them. This condition, to the elders of the two camps, was undoubtedly very reasonable. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison had also received the news. Because this mission was related to the search for the divine artifact in the future, the 5 countries of the continent, and even the Hunters Guild, had already formed a strong alliance. Even the major forces that were usually hidden in the continent and rarely showed their faces had already sent out their elites. The news that had been received was that Grand Emperor City and Zhao State had formed an alliance. The Temple and Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Hunters Guild and Zhou State, Sky Wing City and Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Tang Yuan, and Immortal Residence should also send people. The 7 major forces have their own strengths. If we join forces with later Qin, the odds of success will be greater. Master has decided to let you and 4 other students represent the continent's elite camp to participate in this divine artifact search. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison analyzed the pros and cons. As for the Continental Magic Elite Battalion, they would also send out 5 people to join the Continental Magic Elite Battalion in the search for the divine artifact. I'll follow your arrangements. Yi Baiming guessed that Yunsheng would definitely be selected for the mission to find the divine artifact. Yi Baiming could already predict De Guxiu's thoughts. De Guxiu was indeed not a simple-minded martial artist. However, at that time, even if he met De Guxiu, he would definitely not let him lay a finger on the little wild cat. No one was allowed to touch this little wild cat. Yunsheng's ears itched, so she rubbed them. The few of you, did you all hear clearly? The elite camp's Great Elder righteously reprimanded the 5 students in front of him. The Continental Magic Elite Camp's mission to search for the divine artifact had also sent out all the elites. The Great Elder had racked his brains for a few days before picking out 5 people that he thought were the most suitable candidates. Due to the bet between Lu Tongtian and Blue, Lu Tongtian and Chen Lianer both automatically gave up on this divine artifact mission. In the end, the Great Elder picked out the 5 students that he thought most highly of. These 5 people were bound to become the mainstay of the Continental Magic Elite Camp in the future. The 5 people were Sanctuary Shakyamuni, Blue, Sky Magician, Yunsheng, Sky Magician, Abandon, and 2 other seniors that Yunsheng had met a few times before. It's a pity. If Lu Tongtian and Feng Tian could also join, the team this time would be even stronger. When the Great Elder mentioned Feng Tian, his face was still full of regret. Feng Tian had already been missing for more than a month. The Dutian blood seal had also been sealed for a month. In this month, even though the elders of the Continental Magic Elite Camp had spent a lot of effort searching, there was no news of Feng Tian. Feng Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world. As for Lu Tongtian, his performance in the Bloody Sky Beast Metropolis last time had truly disappointed Chief Elder. The other elders all agreed that they had to suppress his arrogance a little. Teacher, please don't worry. This time, Blue will definitely not act on impulse. I will definitely lead the juniors to find the divine weapon. Blue's face was full of determination. Yunsheng, abandon, both of you are sinners. This time, you must help Blue with all your strength. Do not fight again. The great elder nodded in satisfaction. He snorted again and glanced at Yunsheng and abandon. These two little fellows were young, but their ability to stir up trouble was also top-notch. Especially Yunsheng. The great elder now had a love-hate relationship with her. In the Dutian blood beast world, Yunsheng's performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She could see the big picture and was an excellent leader. She was even more suitable than Blue. However, she was too young and the time she had spent in the Continental Magic Elite Camp was too short. The great elder still hoped that she could gain more recognition in this search for the divine weapon. Luckily, Blue did not dislike Yunsheng. The two of them got along much better than Blue and Lu Tongtian. Yunsheng and Abandon both responded indifferently. Yunsheng and Abandon still could not let go of the matter of Gu Feng and Ling Er. They both thought that if it were not for Dugu Xiu, Ling would not have become like an idiot, and Gu Feng would not have left. Yunsheng had already made up her mind. In this divine weapon quest, she would definitely teach Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi Bai an unforgettable lesson. After the first elder was done lecturing the students, he told them that the location of the divine artifact would be announced in 3 days' time. When the time came, the elders of the two camps would use a magic array to send the students to the location. When Yunsheng and Abandon walked out of the elder camp, they coincidentally met Lu Tongtian and Chen Liener. When Chen Liener saw Yunsheng, she curled her lips and said, "Yunsheng, I won't let you be happy for too long." Lu Tongtian gave her a look, indicating for her not to say anything. The two of them then walked away mysteriously. Yunsheng, I received a letter from Gu Feng. Seeing that Yunsheng was still unhappy, Abandon brought Yunsheng a piece of good news. In the past half a month, Gu Feng brought Ling Er out of Dongdu and went to a small town near Gu Feng's hometown. After taking Yunsheng's medicine, Ling Er's condition improved a little. She could speak some simple words now. Gu Feng opened a small magic clinic in the town. It sounds like they are doing well. Yunsheng read Gu Feng's letter. Between the lines, there was a simple sense of happiness. After this mission, let's go and see them. Abandon looked at Yunsheng gently. Little wild cat. A voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between Yunsheng and Abandon. Yunsheng raised her head and saw Yi Baiming standing not far away. He narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Abandon. The smile on Abandon's face faded bit by bit. The two men seemed to be at loggerheads as they glared daggers at each other. Yunsheng couldn't help but shiver. It was still spring, but why did she feel so cold on her neck? Chapter 790. Abandon, you go back first. This mission is no small matter. Go ask Mentor Shi Huang for more poison. Yunsheng sent Abandon away. Yunsheng only found out that Yi Baiming was in seclusion to fuse with the blood crystals after she returned to the mainland's elite camp. According to the tone of the ghost prison's great elder, fusing with the blood crystals was an extremely dangerous thing. Since he came out of seclusion, he must have succeeded in fusing with the blood crystals. However, she did not know how many blood crystals he had fused with. Yunsheng sized up Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming did not seem to have changed much from before. However, if she looked closely, she would find that he was thinner and more muscular than before. His shoulders were narrower, and his skin was darker. Even if he did not release his do qi, his entire person seemed to emit a deadly deterrent force. Compared to him, Yunsheng's 1.7 tall magician figure was definitely petite and dainty. This guy was very dangerous. It was better to escape. Yunsheng shrunk her neck and prepared to escape. Before she could chant, Yi Baiming had already taken a step forward. It seemed that he had already seen through Yunsheng's intentions. Little wild cat, I remember that before you left, I told you not to provoke Duguxiu. It seems that you did not take my words to heart. How should I punish you? Yi Baiming took a step forward and forcibly rushed in front of Yunsheng, pressing down on her magic scepter. Then, he scooped her up with his arm and pinned her under a tree. While speaking, Yi Baiming's handsome face inched closer to Yunsheng, infinitely magnified in her eyes. The two were so close that Yunsheng could clearly see the fine hairs on Yi Baiming's face. Although Yi Baiming was a warrior, he did not look like an ordinary warrior. His skin was dark brown, but the pores on his face were almost negligible. His gaze was burning, as if he wanted to bore 2 holes in Yunsheng's face. Yunsheng swallowed her saliva and ignored her drumming heartbeat. She carefully avoided Yi Baiming's burning gaze and tried her best to retreat. However, there was a hard tree trunk behind her. She had nowhere to retreat, but Yi Baiming was getting closer and closer. In the end, their bodies were pressed together in a very intimate manner. Yunsheng could even clearly feel the hard muscles under Yi Baiming's warrior robes. I'm innocent. I didn't provoke Du Guxiu. I only fought him once, and I was masked. But somehow, he recognized me. Yunsheng mustered up her courage, puffed out her chest, and sucked in her stomach. She wanted to appear more righteous as she tried her best to defend herself. But when she stuck out her chest, she bumped right into Yi Baiming's chest. Yi Baiming grunted, and his gaze became even more intense. Yunsheng jumped in fright and did not dare to move again. Oh. If that's the case, then this king can forgive you. Yi Baiming was in a good mood when he saw Yunsheng like this. He chuckled softly. Little wild cat might not know, but as long as it was a man who had interacted with her, they would remember her aura, her every frown, and her every action as if they were under a spell. He, Yi Baiming, Abandon, and even Du Guxiu were like this. Ah, Night Fox, long time no see. I heard that you were successful in your closed-door training. I wonder how many blood crystals you integrated. Seeing that Yi Baiming had no intention of pursuing the matter, Yunsheng immediately changed the topic. Guess how many I integrated? Even though Yunsheng tried her best to hide it, Yi Baiming caught a trace of worry in her eyes. He saw it and felt warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since someone looked at him with such eyes. Little wild cat's eyes finally started to look at him. This was a good sign. Ghost Prison's great elder has fused 3 pills. You should have fused at least 2, right? Yunsheng felt uncomfortable from Yi Baiming's hard muscles. She suspected that with Yi Baiming's muscles, even high-level magic would not be able to hurt him. Even Du Guxiu has fused with at least 3 Beast King blood crystals. If I only fused with 2, how am I going to compete with him in this divine artifact mission? Yi Baiming was somewhat dissatisfied. His little wild cat, did she not have enough confidence in him? What, you're saying that Du Guxiu also entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained a Beast King blood crystal? Yunsheng thought to herself. No wonder Du Guxiu's strength broke through so quickly in these few years. The last time they fought, if it wasn't for Tycoon Jean, she would have been captured alive. It shouldn't be wrong. Do you remember when your grandfather Yun Ba was injured by Du Guxiu? If it was not for the integration of the blood crystals, he would not have such a strong physique. However, at that time, he should have only integrated the first blood crystal. Now, he should have at least integrated the third. Yi Baiming had not fought with Du Guxiu for many years. The two people's reunion this time was bound to be like fire and water. What they were fighting for was not as simple as the divine weapon. The cooperation between the elite camp and Ho Chin had already become turbulent before it even began because of the conflict between the two. The 3 days of waiting seemed to be especially long. On the night of the second day, not long after Yunxing began her celestial meditation, Sister Lan came looking for her. "Come with me to the elder barracks immediately. The elder of the temple will publicly predict the location of the divine weapon in front of the 8 major forces." Yunxing picked up her magic scepter and followed Lan to the elder barracks. As soon as they entered the elder barracks, they saw the 5 people from the elite camp and elder ghost prison were already there. Abandoned and 2 other magic students were also waiting there. The great elder was drawing a magic array. Yunxing stood with Lan in the magic elite camp's array. The magic array shone brightly, and a hazy image appeared in front of them. Yunxing recognized a few people in the image. The elder of the temple, Ji Yu, the young of the temple, Xia Wenxiu, and the male magician, Ru Yi, whom Yunxing had met once in the Zhou State Palace, were all present. On this night, the same magic array appeared in front of the other major forces that were participating in the search for the divine artifact. "Everyone, I am Ji Yu. I will be hosting the divine weapon prediction ceremony this time. I believe that everyone here has already heard about what happened in the Dutian Blood Beast world last month. The descendants of the 8 barons have reappeared on the mainland. Within 3 years, the Dutian blood seal is facing the possibility of collapsing at any time. In order to prevent the collapse of the Dutian blood seal, it is imperative to find the lost divine weapon and revive the Dutian blood seal." Ji Yu's face was solemn. Behind him, Xia Wenxiu and the others were also solemn. "In half an hour, I will receive a celestial revelation. In order to ensure fairness, I will announce the location of the divine weapon in front of everyone. When the time comes, all the major forces will arrive at the same time to compete for it." Ji Yu chanted, and a magic array shaped like a star chart appeared under his feet. Chapter 791. Although the Dharma Temple was famous on the continent, it was still a rare opportunity to see the arbiters of the Dharma Temple like tonight. Yunxing and the other mages stared at the magic array without blinking. The magic array beneath Elder Ji Yu's feet attracted Yunxing's attention. In the eternal starry sky, the stars were scattered like fragments. Elder Ji Yu and the other 2 looked as if they were floating in the air under the illumination of the magic array. They looked even more mysterious. "Sister Lan, what magic array is that?" Yunxing had never seen such a magic array before. She couldn't help but ask Lan out of curiosity. "The Starry Sky Magic Array. It is a magic array unique to the light mages of the temple. It is said to be able to predict the past and the future. It is the most powerful predictive magic array." Lan looked at the magic array cautiously. Although the temple and the magic elite camp were both known as the holy lands of the continent's mages, the temple was superior in terms of heritage. After all, the temple could be traced back to the era of the 8 Baron tribe. The various magic arrays and unique profound spells left behind by successive law overlords were not something the magic elite camp could compare to. Indigo's gaze seemed to linger on the white figure behind Ji Yu. Xia Wenxiu, the continent's most famous genius mage. Although Lu Tongtian was the #1 mage in the magic elite camp, in Lan's eyes, Xia Wenxiu was the only true genius in the continent's magic world. Only Xia Wenxiu could truly be considered as a match for Lan. She just didn't know if Xia Wenxiu would represent the temple in this mission to find the divine artifact. If he did, the competition would be even more intense. Inside the temple, Xiao Wenqiu stood behind Ji Yu. He was a little unsettled. The 8 major factions were competing for the divine artifact that was about to be unearthed. If there were no accidents, Yunsheng would also participate in this mission. Although he never left the temple, Xiao Wenqiu more or less knew about Yunsheng. For example, Yunsheng had joined the magic elite camp. For example, she had risen to power in Skywing City as the Flame Emperor and destroyed the Hidden Night Pavilion. For example, during her first blood purge, she had saved several students who had been kidnapped by the descendants of the 8 Desolates. For example, she and an unknown magician ruined the marriage of the later Qin Crown Prince Du Guxiu. Xiao Wenqiu memorized every bit of this information in his heart. She should have seen him in the magic array by now. Xiao Wenqiu was a little nervous. For the past few years, he had not left the temple at all because he wanted to calm himself down. He had thought that he had gradually let go of everything, but when he found out that Yunsheng had appeared in the magic elite camp of the mainland, he could not remain calm anymore. In the end, his heart was still a mess. Senior brother, Master has already started chanting. Do you think that the Starry Sky magic array can find the location of the divine weapon? His junior brother's voice interrupted Xiao Wenqiu's thoughts. Don't forget the essence of Starry Sky magic. As long as you're in a place illuminated by starlight, you won't be able to escape the illumination of the Starry Sky magic array. However, using the Starry Sky magic array once will cost Master 10 years of cultivation. Master will not use it unless he has no other choice. Xiao Wenqiu sighed. This time, the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had come so suddenly that even the Destiny Mirror had not discovered it. Elder Judge Ji Yu was worried about the future of the entire continent, so he had no choice but to use the Starry Sky magic array to find the hiding place of the divine weapon. The Starry Sky magic array could only be activated by light magicians. Because it covered a large area, even Ji Yu found it difficult to set it up. Thanks to Xiao Wenqiu's breakthrough half a month ago, Elder Judge Ji Yu had the confidence to set up the array to deduce the location of the divine weapon. Under his feet, the Starry Sky magic array shone brightly. As Elder Judge Ji Yu chanted, his magic scepter shot out a ray of light that was as bright as the sun. Every time the light shone brighter, Elder Judge Ji Yu's forehead would break out in sweat. It could be seen that even the powerful Elder Judge Ji Yu had a hard time using this Starry Sky magic array. The ray of light merged into the Starry Sky magic array. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. The ray of light was like a shooting star that had eyes, rushing towards a certain direction. Finally, the magic array stopped at a spot, shining with dazzling starlight. Elder Judge Ji Yu looked as if he had fought a hard battle. He put down the scepter in his hand and said tiredly, "Wenqiu, I'll leave the rest to you. I've done my best." Ru Yi stepped forward and helped Elder Judge Ji Yu. In just a quarter of an hour, Elder Judge Ji Yu looked 10 years older than before. A few wrinkles appeared on his youthful face. It could be seen that this Starry Sky magic array consumed a lot of magic power. "Yes, Master." Xiao Wenqiu stepped forward. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily attracted by Xiao Wenqiu. Xiao Wenqiu, known as one of the Wuji 5 Annulus, was just like his name. In front of the dark Starry Sky magic array, he was like a rising moon, unknowingly attracting everyone's attention. His white robe fluttered, his expression gentle. As Xiao Wenqiu chanted, everyone's eyes were focused on his magic scepter. Hiss, even the great elder could not help but narrow his eyes. Lan's face was a lot more unpleasant. "It's actually 7 magic soul stones." Yunsheng could not help but open her mouth slightly. Yunsheng still remembered the first time she met Xiao Wenqiu 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, Xiao Wenqiu was a sky magician. He was also the youngest sky magician on the continent. Xia Wenqiu did not move around much in the past few years. She did not expect him to break through from a sky magician to a law overlord in just a few years. A law overlord was second only to a law god. To break through two important levels in a few years, Xia Wenqiu was indeed a genius among geniuses. Compared to him, Feng Tian, Lu Tongtian, they were all trash. Yun Sheng was filled with emotions, but she neglected one point. Xia Wenqiu was a genius. In those 8 or 9 years, he rose from a magic apprentice like a rocket to a sky magician. He was also a genius among geniuses. Although they had witnessed Xia Wenqiu's cultivation, many people's expressions changed, especially those from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were secretly happy because they had formed an alliance with the Dharma Temple. With an expert like Xia Wenqiu, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be much higher. Xia Wenqiu chanted, and another ray of light shot out from his magic scepter, merging with the ray of light that Elder Si Ming had released earlier. The moment the two rays of light merged together, the starlight extended countless times, extending downwards. Chapter 792. Even though the magic array was illusory, young Master Si Ming's magic power had passed through the magic array and was transmitted to an unknown place on the continent. At this moment, somewhere on the continent, whether it was day or night, a powerful magic array was hanging in the sky. The magic array would reflect the location of the 8 barren divine artifacts. Somewhere on the boundless continent, young Master Si Ming and Xia Wenqiu used their powerful magic power to form a magic array that was emitting light. The starry sky magic array slowly changed. From Yunxing's point of view, the current situation was very similar to a modern-day documentary film. The starry sky magic array was like a helicopter cruising in the sky. The magic array clearly reflected the area where the divine artifacts were hidden. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was an endless mountain range. The mountain range was very high above sea level and was continuous. This mountain range was estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 meters above sea level and was close to a vast blue ocean. The mountain range was rugged and there were many trees. Looking up from the slope, there was only one path into the mountain range. It was a path of life, located between the mountain and the ocean. It was so narrow that only a horse could pass through it, and no one knew where it led to. What was eye-catching was that one side of the path was a steep mountain wall, but the other side of the path was a bottomless abyss that was close to the ocean. The raging waves in the ocean were raging and occasionally slammed against the mountain wall. "Look, there seems to be a building on the mountain." Someone from the elite warrior camp exclaimed softly. No one expected that on this mountain range, which was known as a desolate place, there would suddenly be a large building. Looking from afar, the buildings were scattered at the highest point of the mountain range, and it looked like a city. The magic array's light shone brighter, and the city at the peak of the mountain gradually appeared in front of everyone. The city was remote and uninhabited, and there were broken walls everywhere. It looked like it had been many years since anyone had lived there. The younger generation present did not know where this place was. "That's the ruins of Taiyuan. I didn't expect the divine artifacts to be hidden there." Almost at a glance, the few elders present recognized the ruins. The first elder's face also became a little more serious, but at the same time, there was also a little bit of joy. Xia Wenqiu also stared at the illusory ruins inside the magic array. From the first elder's narration, Yun Sheng and the others roughly knew the origin of the Taiyuan relics in Dongdu. Taiyuan Ancient Ruins is a very mysterious place on the mainland. It is located in the Taiyuan mountain range. Taiyuan Mountain was originally a nameless mountain. It was located at the border between the mountains and the sea. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. However, due to the steep terrain and the presence of magical beasts, there were very few people in the nameless mountain range for a period of time. This situation did not improve until the appearance of the famous Penglai people called Taiyuan. Taiyuan was a talented member of the royal family of Penglai. It was said that he used to be the prince of Penglai, but because of the emergence of the Zhao state, he took over the royal power of Penglai. Taiyuan could only leave Penglai in anger. In order to avoid the Zhao state and to re-establish his own political power, he took his family and had been looking for a suitable place to live on the mainland. He finally came to the nameless mountain area. He found that the mountain was full of natural dangers. It was easy to defend and not easy to attack. It was also close to the sea, so it could develop shipping and ports. As a result, Taiyuan led his family to rename Nameless Mountain as Taiyuan Mountain and built an otherworldly land that resembled a small city-state. Even the Grand Emperor City and Tianyi City that appeared in the future were built in the form of Taiyuan City at that time. However, not long after Taiyuan built the Taiyuan town, the town attracted several heavenly thunders in one day. The whole Taiyuan city was turned into ruins by the heavenly thunders. Some people said that Taiyuan city was destroyed because Taiyuan accidentally attracted the heavenly thunders when he broke through the Taiyuan city. Ever since Taiyuan city fell, many people explored the Taiyuan mountain area. This was because there were rumors on the mainland that as the Prince of Penglai, Taiyuan carried a lot of treasures with him. Some people even said that Taiyuan had accumulated considerable wealth in Taiyuan City. Taiyuan City fell overnight, but countless treasures were still left in Taiyuan City. At that time, about 300 to 400 warriors, magicians, and summoners who went to comprehend the ruins never came out after entering. Some people said that it was because there were terrifying magical beasts left behind from the ancient times in the ruins. Some people also said that there was a magic array left behind from the ancient times in the Taiyuan ruins. Many experts left the boundless land after entering this magic array. However, these were just legends. Those who entered the Taiyuan ruins never came out again. This ruin was a forbidden area on the mainland. It was said that there were many magical beasts from the Eight Desolates era left in this forbidden area. Not only that, the most special thing about this forbidden area was that it was a restriction. However, because Taiyuan was a law overlord at that time, he attracted the heavenly thunders, so there was a saying on the mainland that experts above the law overlord level were not allowed to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Otherwise, they might attract the second heavenly thunders. Anyone whose cultivation was above the Saint Realm or the Martial Emperor level was not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would trigger the ancient Five Thunders restriction and be killed. Even law overlords did not dare to enter the forbidden area of the ancient era. There were people who had suspected this before, but no one in the ancient era thought that the divine artifact would be hidden in the ruins of Taiyuan. The restriction of the restriction meant that Xia Wenqiu, who was the most powerful person in the temple, would not be able to enter the restriction. This made the other factions secretly happy, but the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was furious. The location where the divine artifact was unearthed has been announced. I asked the factions to hurry to the ruins of Taiyuan within 3 days. Xia Wenqiu's voice was calm. The magic ripples disappeared, and the star magic array disappeared. Outside, the sky was already bright. Although they had not slept for a night, no one felt sleepy. The appearance of the ruins of Taiyuan had brought them clues about the divine artifact, but at the same time, it had brought them a new danger. Everyone in the elders' barracks was silent. I didn't think that the divine artifact would be hidden in the ruins of Taiyuan. The first elder also did not think that it would be such a dangerous place. If it was before, the first elder would have been determined to obtain the divine artifact, but now, he was already thinking of retreating. After all, the 10 students chosen by the mainland's elite camp were all the strongest. If anything happened to them, the future of the mainland would be greatly affected. Moreover, the 8 Desolates tribes were eyeing the mainland covetously, and it was very likely that they would return to the mainland. Under such circumstances, if anything happened to the students, the first elder would definitely regret it. Chapter 793. After a moment of hesitation, the great elder decided to give the 10 students the choice. These students had undergone blood refinement, and most of them had also undergone the test of the Dutian blood print. They had the ability to make their own choices. The Taiyuan ruins, how did the Taiyuan prince die, and whether the ruins were as rumored, hiding a powerful ancient beast. These were all unknowns. The starry sky magic array in the temple only indicated that there was a relic hidden in the Taiyuan ruins. However, the Taiyuan ruins were huge, and the relic could be hidden anywhere in Taiyuan Mountain. Therefore, this mission to find the relic was very difficult. Before we depart, you still have a chance to back out. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions in the Taiyuan ruins, Elder Gue, you and I cannot enter. In the past few hundred years, no one who entered the Taiyuan ruins survived. The ruins are also known as the most dangerous place in Wuji. The great elder looked at the 10 people present. Master, I am willing to go. Lan did not hesitate. As the great elder's direct disciple, she shouldered the responsibility of the entire mainland's magic elite camp. If any other power obtained the relic, it would be a threat to the mainland's elite camp. Abandon and I are also willing to go with Sister Lan. Yunsheng was also determined to obtain the relic. In the huge Taiyuan mountain, it may be difficult for others to find the relic, but Yunsheng was different. She had the relic on her. As long as one was near the relic on one's body would automatically alert them. Compared to the others, Yunsheng had the advantage. The mainland's warrior elite camp also swears to advance and retreat with the magic elite camp. Yi Baiming replied in a deep voice. We also swear to live and die with the glory of the elite camp. The rest of the warriors and magicians said in unison, without any intention of backing down. On the same day, the 2 camps headed to the Taiyuan ruins, which was located in the far north of the mainland. This time, the one who escorted the elites to the Taiyuan ruins was still Elder Helian. The empty ship was still the same empty ship, but Elder Helian's expression was much more serious. It was no wonder that Elder Helian would do such a thing. After all, the Taiyuan ruins were notorious. Elder Helian sending 10 students there felt like a heroic warrior cutting off his wrist. Up ahead is the Taiyuan mountains. We will land in a fishing village by the abyssal sea. You will have to rely on yourselves for the rest of the journey. The airship slowly flew by the abyssal sea. White seagulls flew across the blue sea. In this season, there was no wind or waves on the beach. It was a beautiful seaside landscape. But at this time, no one was in the mood to enjoy this beautiful scenery. In the fishing village, the village chief was receiving dozens of distinguished guests in a panic. Although Taiyuan Mountain doesn't belong to any country, the fishing village here is under the jurisdiction of Penglai. However, because it was located next to a dangerous place, even the tax officials of Penglai were too lazy to come here. Therefore, the fishing village could be said to be a place where no one cared about anything. The fishermen in the fishing village relied on the sea for food. They farmed some shellfish and kelp for a living. In the past, there weren't many people from outside the village in a year. But in the past 2 days, there were many distinguished people coming. The village chief was so scared that he didn't dare to go out. He thought that something had happened in the fishing village. As soon as they entered the village, they saw a few tents with pointed roofs. Outside the tents, there were several military flags that symbolized later Qin. Even during the day, there were guards patrolling everywhere in the military camp. The later Qin cavalry, wearing black helmets and black armor, walked in the same pace. Their eyes were like torches. Later Qin Crown Prince Duge Xiu and Madame Qi Bai were sitting in the main tent at this time. Later Qin and Penglai were relatively close to each other. Xiu had already arrived yesterday afternoon. At this time, Xiu was still wearing a golden warrior robe with dark patterns. His calloused hands were holding a piece of soft cloth and wiping a dark heavy sword. His red hair spread out, adding a bit of wildness. Madame Chi Bai was wearing tight clothing that showed off her curves. Her body leaned against Xiu's side, looking like a little bird. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the elite camp of the continent has arrived, a guard reported outside the tent. Suddenly, Xiu stood up, and a trace of emotion appeared in his calm eyes. He quickly walked out of the tent, looking very impatient. Madame Chi Bai was unwilling to follow. The two walked out of the tent. In the direction of the shore, there was indeed an empty boat that was descending. They had finally arrived. Xiu's eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. People walked down from the empty boat one after another. Yunxing walked in third. She was wearing blue today. Her black hair shone like black silk under the dazzling sunlight. The moment Xiu saw Yunxing, there was only shock in his eyes. Then, that shock was quickly ignited and turned into a prairie fire, turning into a desire that he had never felt before. Not far away, Yunxing was standing there. Ever since he met Yunxing again in the eastern capital, although he did not see her appearance clearly, Xiu's heart was like a cat's claw that would scratch it from time to time. Xiu had once guessed what Yunxing would look like now. Enchanting, or full of spirit. He had fantasized countless times. But no matter how many fantasies he had, it could not compare to a living person. After not seeing her for so many years, Yunxing had become even more moving. Xiu's eyes were fixed on her body, not even willing to move. But right at this moment, a hand appeared from under Xiu's eyes and landed on Yunxing's shoulder, ruining the mood. There was a hint of dominance in his laziness. Just like that, Yi Baiming's face blocked Xiu's line of sight. Yi Baiming, why was he here? Xiu was also careless. He had planned to form an alliance with the mainland's elite camp with the intention of getting close to Yunxing. Who knew that it would be a buy one get one free deal? He had completely forgotten that Yi Baiming was also in the mainland's elite warrior camp. It was really like meeting a love rival, especially with red eyes. Back in Zhou State's Yujing City, Yi Baiming's warning was still vivid in his mind. However, as the Prince of Zhou State, Yi Baiming did not represent Zhou State in this divine weapon mission. This really surprised Xiu. It seemed that the rumors outside were true. Yi Baiming and Zhou State's emperor did not get along well. Lord Baiming, long time no see. Xiu narrowed his eyes. Prince Dugu, long time no see. But before we greet each other, can I trouble you to move your eyes and love away from this prince's woman? This woman was, is, and will be mine. As he spoke, Yi Baiming reached out with his long arm and threw a look at Xiu, pulling Yunxing into his embrace. He did not hesitate to declare his ownership of her. The smile on Xiu's face disappeared completely. Chapter 794. What Yi Baiming meant was that he was telling Xiu that Yunxing was his fiancée. As early as a few years ago, Xiu had already been struck out and lost his chance. The two of them hadn't even started the mission yet, but they were already at each other's throats. This wasn't a good sign. Xiu's expression could be described as changing faces in a Beijing opera, making Yunxing blush with shame. Although she planned to take revenge on Xiu, she still had to maintain peace on the surface. Besides, that damned Yi Baiming. What did he mean by the past, present, and future were all his? Yunxing could imagine the expressions of the people on the empty ship behind her. She reached out her hand and pinched Yi Baiming's waist. The corners of the latter's mouth twitched, but the smile on his face was still incomparably evil. Xiu clearly saw the small movements of the two. Even a blind person could see that the relationship between Yunxing and Yi Baiming was unusual. If it was before, Xiu thought that Yunxing was pretending to be engaged to Yi Baiming in order to avoid him. But now, it seemed that there was indeed an ambiguous relationship between the two. I haven't seen the Northern Underworld King for a long time. Seeing that the Northern Underworld King's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, why don't we have a competition before we start looking for the divine artifact? Xiu held the heavy sword in his hand and glared fiercely at Yi Baiming with his eagle eyes. That's fine. This prince also has the same intention. Yi Baiming sneered. Prince Dugu, I wonder if the people from the other major forces have already arrived. Elder Hellion didn't know what grudges there were between the two men, but he also smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. He hurriedly inserted himself between the two, forcibly interrupting the match that was about to start. The people from Penglai and Grand Emperor City have already arrived. The people from the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion are also in the village. Tang Yuan and Li Xiao will arrive this afternoon. The people from the Immortal Residence and Tianyi City's Everlasting Chamber of Commerce have yet to arrive. As for Zhou State, I thought Dark North King would know better than me. Xiu couldn't flare up in front of Elder Hellion. True swords and spears could not be compared, but Xiu's words were full of sarcasm. Yi Baiming was a prince of Great Zhou, but he did not care about his motherland and represented the elite camp to participate in this mission. As he spoke, several people dressed in Zhou State's uniform walked over. When they saw Yi Baiming, two of them were pleasantly surprised to see Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, good boy. It really is you. The one who spoke was a scholarly man. He had red lips and white teeth, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He was one of Yi Baiming's childhood friends, Qing Bai. Behind Qing Bai stood a few people, and one of them also nodded towards Yi Baiming. It was Bu Jiuxiao from Wu Profound Limitless School. As for the others, judging from their clothing, they were actually two magicians. However, the two of them were very mysterious. They wore masks on their faces, so it was impossible to see their specific appearances. After Yi Baiming joined the elite camp, he hadn't returned to Zhou State. He hadn't seen his two good friends for 5 or 6 years. When the three men who had been good friends since childhood met, even Yi Baiming, who had always been cold, could not help but smile. Boy, you really don't have a conscience. After you went to the elite camp, you didn't even send a letter. Qing Bai and Bu Jiuxiao walked forward. The three men gave each other a solid bear hug. There was a kind of friendship that could withstand the test of time and hardships. Yi Baiming, Qing Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao were like this. You're already a martial emperor. Look at this boy, his body is very strong. Qing Bai didn't hold back as he touched Yi Baiming up and down. Bu Jiuxiao also couldn't help but nod. The two of you are not bad either. You've already broken through to the martial sage realm. Yi Baiming also had a look of emotion. Hey, I heard that Yunxing also went to the elite camp. Qing Bai searched the crowd before his gaze finally landed on Yunxing, who was standing behind Yi Baiming. Wow, amazing. That fierce tigress from back then has actually become a great beauty. Qing Bai's eyes also lit up when he saw Yunxing. Back then, Yi Baiming had a soft spot for Yunxing, and Qing Bai had complained about it many times. However, after not seeing each other for a few years, he realized that a girl had changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Now, Yunxing's temperament and appearance were both first class. Standing beside Yi Baiming, they could be said to be a match made in heaven. Senior brother Qing, you're still as talkative as before. Yunxing smiled. She was also used to Qing Bai's personality. Seeing that everyone was surrounding Yunxing, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the shorter of the two magicians who came with Qingbai. However, he didn't show it on his face. Yi Baiming also noticed that there were a few unfamiliar faces in Zhou State's camp. Especially two of the magicians. They seemed to be very strong. They were at least at the sky rank. The taller one seemed to be even stronger than the sky rank. What are the origins of those two? They were recommended by the Royal Magic Academy. You also know that Wushuan Wuji School is made up of warriors. It was said that the artifact mission this time would involve some kind of ancient restriction. To be safe, they had specially found a few mages. I'm not sure about their origins, but they're not weak. Qingbai glanced at the two of them. It was obvious that Qingbai didn't like the two of them. It was no wonder. Wushuan Wuji School had been preparing for the Divine Artifact mission for many years. Earlier, Qitian Deputy Director thought that the Divine Artifact would be unearthed in a short period of time, so he dug out Yunxing and the others. Who knew that the time for the Divine Artifact to be unearthed would be delayed again and again? This time, they finally found the location of the Divine Artifact in the temple. The positions of the two magicians of unknown origins were originally occupied by Qingbai's other two junior brothers and sisters. As soon as the two of them appeared, they directly replaced them. For this reason, there were still some complaints within Wushuan Wuji School. Other than Qingbai and the others, as the Zhou State Alliance's Hunters Guild, they also sent a few experienced hunters. The strength of these people were all around the Martial Saint realm. After a while, someone came to report that the people from the Immortal Residence had also arrived. When he heard that the people from the Immortal Residence had arrived, Yi Baiming couldn't help but pay more attention. This guy was also a haggard person. Earlier, Yunxing had said that her sweetheart was the Immortal Residence's Divine Wind King. Yi Baiming had always remembered this matter. However, what surprised Yunxing was that the person from the Immortal Residence this time wasn't the Divine Wind King, but the Fire Elf Tribe's Huiyu tribe's leader. When Huiyu appeared with a group of outstanding and powerful elf warriors, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Huiyu didn't care about the others. The elves were originally a proud race. In their eyes, the human race was despicable. This time, in the search for the divine artifact, he didn't want to have too much interaction with the human race. Look, it's a new week. Are there any new monthly votes? Especially when you just entered the pit, remember to take a look. Chapter 795. Huiyu was handsome, and his aura was not inferior to Li Xiao and the others. His appearance attracted the attention of many female magicians and martial artists. However, Huiyu did not even look at them. As the chief of the Fire Elves, Huiyu was the second most powerful expert in the Immortal Keeper Nation, second only to the Divine Wind. In the human race, his strength was roughly at the level of a saint-level Dharma King. Although the Immortal Keeper Nation was an otherworldly place, and the elves did not participate in the affairs of the human race, this divine artifact search mission was related to the entire continent. After the Immortal Keeper Nation received the news, they decided to participate. Originally, the Divine Wind King wanted to come personally, but the Taiyuan ruins were notorious, and the Elven Queen stopped him from coming personally. After weighing the pros and cons, the Divine Wind King could only give this mission to his good brother, Huiyu. Huiyu and the elves' arrogant faces made the other major factions very unhappy. It was only when Huiyu saw Yunxing that the cold arrogance on his handsome face relaxed. Huiyu respectfully walked in front of Yunxing and bowed. Respected Lady Yunxing, I represent the Fire Elves tribe to extend my most sincere greetings to you. He knelt on one knee and touched Yunxing's hand with his forehead. This was the highest form of etiquette in the elves, and it was only used when meeting the most respected king. Huiyu actually did this to an ordinary human. This showed that Yunxing's identity was not ordinary. Yunxing had the inheritance of the Fire Elves tribe's queen, and Huiyu had long regarded her as the true chief of the Fire Elves tribe. However, because Yunxing insisted on not inheriting the inheritance, he could only give up. However, in Huiyu's opinion, Yunxing's status was very noble. To a certain extent, it was comparable to the Divine Wind King and the Elven Queen. This was especially true for some of the forces that were not clear about Yunxing's background. They began to discuss softly when they saw this. Huiyu, long time no see. Yunxing had stayed in the Immortal Keeper Nation before, so she was very calm about Huiyu's words and actions. She was just a little surprised that the Divine Wind King did not appear for such an important mission. Divine Wind King, as you have just ascended the throne, it is inconvenient for you to leave. He asked me to tell Lady Yunxing that he is fine. Huiyu sighed inwardly. Why did Divine Wind, that silly boy, need to find an excuse? After Yunxing left, he looked fine on the surface, but his heart was empty. The Divine Wind King ordered the female officer of the King Tree to not touch anything in Yunxing's room. Yunxing's residence was exactly the same as when she left. The Holy Wind King used a large amount of government affairs to numb himself. Only during the full moon of every month, he would send away the people around him and sit alone in Yunxing's room for an entire night. How could someone like him be safe and sound? This time, the Holy Wind King had promised the Queen that he would not come. Part of the reason was that he was afraid that if he saw Yunxing, he would not be able to resist bringing her back to the immortal residence. If they could not be together, there was no need to meet. Huiyu stood up and noticed that behind Yunxing, there were Yu Baiming, Duguxiu, Qi, and the others, who also had outstanding looks and temperaments. He could not help but take a few more glances. These few men each had their own merits, and their strength was the absolute powerhouse of the human race. Among them, Duguxiu was the crown prince of the later Qin. He was incomparably fierce, and was the crown prince of the region. Qi's magic power was very special. Although he was a commoner, at first glance, people would feel that he was very unusual. As for the man standing closest to Yunxing, Huiyu only took a glance, and his pupils unconsciously shrank. Huiyu actually couldn't see through this man at a glance. Huiyu also keenly sensed that Yunxing was somewhat different from a few years ago. Not only in terms of appearance and height, Yunxing's magic power had also soared greatly compared to when she was in the immortal residence. Back then, when she was in the immortal residence, Yunxing was called trash, and she did not even know magic. But now, she was a sky magician, worthy of being the successor of the Fire Spirit Queen. Compared to when she was in the immortal residence, her temperament was different. The current Yunxing was stronger and more attractive. No wonder the Holy Wind King was dead set on her. Seeing the flower protector beside Yunxing, Huiyu could not help but mourn for his good friend in his heart. Yunxing, however, recalled how the Holy Wind King took care of her in every possible way when she was in the immortal residence. She could not help but sigh. Just as Huiyu stood up, there was a roar in the sky, and a ship marked Wuji. The empty airship of Heaven's Wings slowly descended under its own control. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Yunxing's face. Ever since Donghuangling-er's incident, Yunxing no longer had a smile on her face. Heaven's Wings Jade had come. Yunxing's guess was right. This time, the representative of Heaven's Wings City and Wuji Chamber of Commerce was Heaven's Wings Jade, as well as a group of contestants from Heaven's Wings City. Third sister. Heaven's Wings Jade flew towards Yunxing as soon as she got off the ship. She no longer had the image of the city lord of Heaven's Wings City. However, the only one who could make the Heavenly Winged Jade reveal such an expression was Yunxing. Heaven's Wings Jade and Yunxing had only been separated for a few months, but after learning about her second sister, Yunxing, she had been very worried about Yunxing. Big sister. Yunxing smiled like a flower. Then, she looked at Zhou Qingchuan, who was walking down from the ship with Heaven's Wings Jade, and winked at Heaven's Wings Jade. Heaven's Wings Jade understood and could not help but spit. Damn girl, it's not what you think. Qingchuan and I are just partners. This is just a partnership, and you're already calling each other by their names. Big brother and big sister, they just happen to be a pair. Yunxing teased. Hearing that, Heaven's Wings Jade blushed and wanted to hit Yunxing. Big sister, please spare me. I don't dare to say any more. Yunxing repeatedly begged for mercy. Only then did Heaven's Wings Jade give up. What a pity. If second sister was here, the three of us would be able to fight side by side again. Heaven's Wings Jade sighed. After Donghuang Ling got into trouble, Heaven's Wings Jade even sent over a lot of spiritual medicine. Don't worry, Ling she'll be back sooner or later. Yunxing and Heaven's Wings Jade chatted at the side, and the bystanders could not get a word in at all. Zhou Qingchuan, who got off the ship one step later, could only helplessly stand at the side and watch the two play around with a smile. Yunxing had long intended to make Zhou Qingchuan and Heaven's Wings Jade marry each other. Both of them were young talents, a perfect match. Due to the reconstruction of Heaven's Wings City, after spending a few months together, as expected, there were some sparks. This time, they came together, and their relationship was much closer than before. Yunxing suspected that it would not be long before she could attend their wedding banquet. When Zhou Qingchuan saw Yunxing, he also felt a little embarrassed. When Zhou Qingchuan first met Yunxing, he had a good impression of her. He admitted that he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Yunxing. However, when he found out that Yunxing was already engaged to someone, and that this person was the Zhou State's Lord Baiming, Zhou Qingchuan already knew that it was impossible for him and Yunxing to be together. In the eyes of the outside world, the Zhou State's Lord Baiming was perhaps just an unfavored dethroned crown prince. However, due to certain reasons, Zhou Qingchuan had interacted with Yi Baiming before. The relationship between the two of them was far beyond what the outside world thought. Part of the reason why Zhou Qingchuan came to participate in the Divine Artifact Search mission this time was to see Yunxing. The other reason was for Yi Baiming. Chapter 796. Strictly speaking, Zhou Qingchuan knew Yi Baiming a few years earlier than he knew Yunxing. At that time, Yunxing was just an abandoned girl who had just arrived at the Jade Capital. Zhou Qingchuan was the young master of the continent's #1 Chamber of Commerce, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. He had followed his grandfather, Chairman Zhou, to learn all kinds of Chamber of Commerce's affairs. At that time, Yi Baiming was just a low-key dethroned crown prince. However, Yi Baiming had already begun to secretly cultivate his own power. After Empress Li's death, she left some properties and old subordinates to Yi Baiming. After Yi Baiming returned to the Jade Capital, he reorganized his subordinates and bought the Wanlong gambling house. Within a few years, the Wanlong gambling house had rapidly amassed wealth in the Jade Capital and became a local snake. At that time, Yi Baiming, who was hiding behind the Wanlong gambling house, had already made some transactions with Everlasting Chamber of Commerce through Longhua. These transactions involved weapons, herbs, and soul stones. The magical beasts from the Wanlong Gambling House's Stone Gambling Convention were also purchased through Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. After a few years of cooperation, the Purple Gold Mine incident occurred at the borders of Zhou State, later Qin, and Tang Yuan. Everlasting Chamber of Commerce received news that a batch of semi-finished refined capital ore from Tang Yuan's second prince had disappeared without a trace. This news was tightly sealed at that time. However, as the Overlord of Commerce, Everlasting Chamber of Commerce still managed to obtain some gossip. At that time, the rumor was that later Qin's Duga Xiu had swallowed that batch of purple gold mine. Some people even said that Grand Emperor had dug a secret passage and stolen the capital ore. There were also rumors that the old and cunning Emperor of Zhou State had reaped the benefits. However, just as the capital ore incident was gradually forgotten by people, one night, Chairman Zhou suddenly called Zhou Qingchuan over to discuss a transaction with a mysterious guest. That was the first time Zhou Qingchuan saw Yi Baiming. Accompanied by Longhua, that young man who was so handsome that he didn't seem like a mortal, had a candlelight talk with Chairman Zhou for the entire night. That night, Yi Baiming revealed a side of himself that the world did not know. Whether it was the situation of the continent or the advantages and disadvantages of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he was able to analyze everything. In the end, he used a batch of refined purple gold ore to convince President Zhou to purchase half of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's business. After Yi Baiming left, Zhou Qingchuan questioned why he sold the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's businesses to others. However, Chairman Zhou sighed with emotion. Each new generation excels the previous one. Zhou State's Lord Baiming is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. It's really scary to be enemies with such a person. It's better to form an alliance with him as soon as possible so that the descendants of the Zhou family can enjoy wealth forever. After President Zhou passed away, the partnership between the everlasting Chamber of Commerce and Yi Baiming became even more secretive. In the entire continent, only Yi Baiming and Zhou Qingchuan knew about it. The two of them also appreciated each other after many collaborations in the future and became close friends. After that, Zhou Qingchuan met Yunxing by chance. He was attracted by Yunxing's special temperament and could not extricate himself. Later, when Zhou Qingchuan heard that Yunxing and the Zhou State's Lord Baiming were engaged, he realized that he and Yi Baiming had fallen in love with the same person. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were not ordinary people. Just from this point alone, Yunxing and the Lord Baiming were a good match. After a painful struggle in his heart, Zhou Qingchuan chose to give up. A gentleman had the beauty to fulfill someone's wish. A person like Yi Baiming would not be easily moved. Once he was moved, he would never leave, regardless of where he went. Zhou Qingchuan was relieved to hand Yunxing over to Yi Baiming. After thinking this through, Zhou Qingchuan felt relieved. Not long after the people from Skywing City and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce arrived, the people from Grand Emperor City also arrived. This time, the team sent by Grand Emperor City did not have Yuan Wuji or Xian Mimi. Instead, it was a group of young men and women who looked like cannon fodder. They were led by the Grand Elder of Grand Emperor City. Yuan Wuji did not come because he was still in seclusion. As for Xian Mimi, she originally wanted to participate in the mission to find the divine artifact. However, after the Starry Sky magic array in the temple predicted the exact location of the divine artifact, she decided to back out. Xian Mimi did not dare to go to the Taiyuan ruins, a dangerous place where one could not return from. The Grand Elder also recognized Yunxing. He nodded at Yunxing and was surprised to find that Yunxing was already a sky magician. Now that Grand Emperor City had few talents, the Yun family of Zhou State was on the rise. Fortunately, Yuan Shahua was married to Yun Sanglang. The Grand Elder sighed. As for the people from Zhou State, they were also unfamiliar summoners. Yunxing did not recognize any of them. Just as everyone was gathering, a very discordant voice cut in. Prince Dugu, Lord Baiming, long time no see. Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Shao, walked over with a group of magicians. Unlike the other major forces who had formed an alliance, Tang Yuan had formed an army alone this time. Second Prince Li Shao still had a modest and gentle look on his face. However, when his gaze fell on Yunxing, Lan, and the others, it was somewhat sharp. Lan, your luck is not good this time. You have to lead this group of child soldiers. If it were me and Lu Tongtian, this divine artifact mission would have been a cinch. His words were very arrogant. Earlier, Second Prince Li Xiao had wanted to use his identity as a student of the elite magician camp to propose to the Grand Elder that Tang Yuan and the elite magician camp form an alliance. Who knew that the Grand Elder, that old fart, would turn him down immediately? What made Li Xiao even angrier was that the Grand Elder actually formed an alliance with later Qin. This was clearly a slap in his face. Li Xiao was narrow-minded. After failing to form an alliance, he returned to Tang Yuan and prepared his own personal team of magicians. His purpose was to defeat the elite magicians of the continent in one fell swoop during the search for the divine artifact. Blue frowned and glanced at the magicians behind Li Xiao. The magicians behind him attracted Yunxing's attention. Among them was Koling, who had been kicked out of the elite magician camp by Yunxing. After Koling left the elite magician camp, there was no news of her. Yunxing thought that she would never meet her again. She did not expect that the two of them would meet again during the divine artifact mission. Li Xiao, you have no right to judge my team members. In the eyes of others, you are a prince, but in my eyes, you are worthless. You went behind the back of the elders and took the initiative to rope in the elite magician camp. This matter, after I complete the mission, I will settle the score with you. Lon was usually cold, but at this juncture, he was very protective of his junior brothers and sisters. Lon, in the elite magician camp, I gave in to you because of the Grand Elder. These people are all ostracized by the mainland's elite camp. They already belong to Tang Yuan. In the ruins, we won't be merciful. Li Xiao completely disregarded the camaraderie of his fellow disciples and completely fell out with Lon. Chapter 797. Second Prince, why bother with these lowly people? Yunxing, don't think I left the elite camp because I'm afraid of you. I have another identity, I'm from the Ku family of Tang Yuan. Koling said arrogantly. The Ku family of Tang Yuan was a magician family under the second prince, Li Xiao. They were good at bribery and assassinations, and had a bad reputation in Tang Yuan. Li Xiao was ambitious. On one hand, he had a good relationship with the temple, but on the other hand, he joined the elite camp. When Li Xiao joined the elite camp, he initially wanted to use his identity as the second prince to become the disciple of the Dark Gold Mentor. Unfortunately, the Dark Gold Mentor was not afraid of power. After she tested Li Xiao, she concluded that Li Xiao had bad intentions and that learning dark magic would only lead him astray, so she rejected Li Xiao. Li Xiao had always held a grudge against her. However, he had always coveted the dark magic of the Dark Gold Mentor, especially the celestial meditation. Therefore, he looked for suitable candidates from the major families under his command, and then mixed them into the elite camp. He found out that the Dark Gold Mentor's parents died early, and she was an orphan. Therefore, after finding Koling, who had part of the dark magic soul, he let her enter the elite camp as an orphan. Koling had hidden her strength well. She made the Dark Gold Mentors think that she was an orphan, so they sympathized with her. That was how she became a Dark Gold Mentor student. After Koling became the disciple of the Dark Gold Mentor, in order to obtain the exclusive magic of the Dark Gold Mentor, she used unscrupulous means to harm her fellow disciples. She even used a lot of money to assassinate those who got in her way. Unfortunately, just when the second prince and Koling thought that the plan they had worked so hard on for so many years was finally going to succeed, Yunxing entered the mainland's magic elite camp. Once she appeared, she quickly won the favor of the Dark Gold Mentor, who passed on the celestial meditation to her. Not only that, Yunxing also saw through Koling's schemes many times. In the end, Koling's ugly face was exposed, and she was kicked out of the elite camp. Koling had no choice but to return to Tang Yuan. However, even though Koling had failed her mission, she had studied under a Dark Gold Mentor for many years and had learned a lot of dark magic. Her own strength had already reached the level of a sky mage. That was why Li Xiao had chosen her when he was selecting members. As for the other magicians behind Li Xiao, Yunxing also recognized a few of them. They were all senior brothers and sisters from the continent's elite magician camp. This time, the Great Elder had eliminated the objections of the masses and selected the candidates to participate in the search for the divine artifact. Those students who had failed to be selected could not help but feel resentful. Li Xiao was ambitious. He took advantage of this opportunity to secretly rope in many sorcerers with promises of official positions and large sums of money. Those people had now all defected to the Tang Yuan kingdom. Yunsheng, you don't deserve to represent the continent's magic elite camp. Just you wait and see. That blind dark gold woman will pay for her actions one day. Seeing that Yunsheng and the others didn't retaliate, Koling became even more unscrupulous and insulted the dark gold instructor. Little did she know that her words and actions had already angered Yunsheng. Insulting the people of the dark gold instructor was equivalent to insulting Yunsheng. Yunsheng smiled coldly, staring at Koling with a pair of cold eyes. She quietly used the corpse puppet technique. Koling, say it again. While speaking, Yunsheng's black eyes flashed with a golden light. Her lips moved slightly. I'll say it, dark gold instructor. Koling said enthusiastically, but suddenly her tongue stuttered. I'm a bitch, a spy for Tang Yuan. I infiltrated the continent's magic elite camp to steal dark magic. I also secretly bribed assassins to assassinate those students who were more outstanding than me. All of this was instigated by the second prince, Li Xiao. Li Xiao, who had been watching the show from the side, the smile on his face froze. Koling, what nonsense are you talking about? Koling's mouth didn't stop talking. Li Xiao is not a good person. He has always been jealous of Sister Lan's talent. He even tried to sow discord between Lu Tongtian and Sister Lan. When the people on the side heard this, there was an uproar. Li Xiao's reputation on the continent had always been good. He was known for being a modest gentleman. Who would have thought that he was such a two-faced person? The crowd, who originally had some respect for Li Xiao, now looked at Li Xiao with disdain. This made Li Xiao feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and rushed forward. Koling, you're crazy. Li Xiao was unable to restrain his anger. He gave Koling a few slaps. After 2 slaps, Koling's face was swollen. Koling was awakened by the slaps. She remembered what she said just now and knelt on the ground in fright. She kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Second prince, it's not me, it has nothing to do with me. It's Yunsheng. Koling suddenly stopped kowtowing. Her mouth started to talk nonsense again. The second prince told me that when we enter the Taiyuan ruins, we must find a way to secretly harm others. He also prepared some magic beast's amniotic fluid and planned to mix it with everyone's food. When these words came out, everyone was angry and stared at Li Xiao. Several warriors from later Qin and Zhou state were already angry. They were about to step forward and fight with Li Xiao. Bitch, shut up. Chapter 798. What? Do you really want to be enemies with the elite camp? The consequences of being enemies with the elite camp are not something you can bear. Azura coldly looked at the magicians. As long as Yunsheng was in her team, Li Xiao wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on her head. Azura's body emitted a cold magic fluctuation, and the ground under her feet immediately formed a thin layer of ice. Behind Li Xiao, the traitorous magicians from the elite camp were shocked by her aura and didn't dare to move for a moment. Bastards, you are now my magicians. How dare you not listen to Ai's orders? Li Xiao was furious. Li Xiao had brought dozens of magicians and warriors with him, and the elite camp only had 5 people. No matter how powerful Azura and the others were, it was impossible to resist the attack of dozens of magic scepters. "Oh, Second Prince, are you trying to bully us with your numbers? Or do you think that the people from the elite camp are all dead?" Yi Baiming lazily said. Before his voice fell, the warriors behind him all released their do qi. The task of searching for the artifact was said to be led by the elite camp. The elite camp was being bullied. The little wild cat was being bullied. It was the same as the elite camp being bullied. It was the same as Yi Baiming being bullied. Huiyu leads the fire elves and swears to protect Lady Yunxing. Behind Huiyu, rows of elven magic bows and arrows were raised. Dozens of elven archers unceremoniously aimed at Li Xiao with their magic sealing bows. As a result, the previously hesitant magicians of Tang Yuan didn't dare to make a move. How can this prince not be involved in something like bullying others with numbers? The later Qin and the elite camps of the continent have already formed an alliance. "Second Prince, you should calm down." Du Guxiu's eagle eyes were cold. He wasn't angry, but he was powerful. Rows of blood iron guards surrounded Tang Yuan's magicians like a wall. "Whoever dares to touch my third sister will be the enemy of the entire Skywing City." Tianyi Yu's face was cold. The people behind him also pulled out their weapons. "Also the enemy of my everlasting Chamber of Commerce," Zhou Qingchuan added in a timely manner. Bullying the few with numbers, it was indeed bullying the few with numbers. In an instant, he, the second prince of Tang Yuan, became the one who was bullied. Li Xiao suddenly felt his whole body turn cold. Good Yunxing. When one person was bullied, support came from everywhere. Even Li Xiao did not dare to offend Yunxing at this moment. However, if Li Xiao were to admit defeat now, he would appear even more cowardly. How would he be able to establish himself in the magic world of the continent in the future? Behind Li Xiao, the magicians had already put down their magic scepters in fear, but Li Xiao was still glaring at Yunxing. In his opinion, Yunxing was the cause of his predicament. As Li Xiao held the magic scepter in his hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. The magic scepter in his hand felt as if it weighed a ton. At this time, only the Zhou State and the Hunters Guild, as well as the coalition forces of Penglai and Dihong City, did not rashly intervene. Although they didn't make a move, they all realized that a seemingly ordinary student from the continent's elite camp actually had so many people protecting him. The situation was so urgent that even Elder Hellion did not know what to do. At this moment, there was a wave of magic and a teleportation magic array appeared. In the teleportation magic array, the people from the temple appeared under the lead of Xia Wenqiu and Ru Yi. When he saw Xia Wenqiu, the originally nervous Li Xiao relaxed. It was as if he had seen his savior, and he went forward to greet him. The temple was originally located in Tangyuan. The second prince, Li Xiao, had studied magic in the main temple of the temple in his early years and had some friendship with Xia Wenqiu. He thought that Xia Wenqiu's appearance would be of more help. Moreover, Xia Wenqiu was quite knowledgeable in the field of illusions. He would definitely be able to see through Yunxing's tricks. "Brother Xia, it's good that you're here." This woman used illusions to slander I. Xia Wenqiu's gaze first landed on Yunxing's side, then on Koling. I didn't see any illusions on her. He looked very normal and did not have any extra emotions. However, if one looked closely, they would see that Xia Wenqiu's hands were clenched tightly under his magic robe. "Second prince, forget it. It's better to bury the hatchet. You know senior brother's personality the best. He doesn't like to participate in such disputes. Since everyone is here, it's about time to enter the Taiyuan ruins." Besides Xia Wenqiu, Rui shook his head. He was very disdainful of Li Xiao's actions. "You're really stupid. Can't you see that senior brother can't be bothered with you? Ruyi's words gave Li Xiao a way out. Thus, Li Xiao did not say anything else and retreated to the side. However, he still glared at Yunsheng and Lan with venomous eyes. Elder Hellion walked forward. Xia Siming, you're here today. Elder, don't worry. I'm only here on behalf of Master. I'm only in charge of supervising the battle and treating the injured. I won't be entering the Taiyuan ruins. Xia Wenchu's words made Elder Hellion sigh in relief. The other major factions had the same reaction. With Xia Wenchu's law overlord cultivation, Ruyi, and the help of the Starry Sky magic array, if he wanted to enter the Taiyuan ruins, there would be no suspense to this divine artifact search mission. Sure enough, Xia Wenchu was also wary of the forbidden legends of the Taiyuan ruins, so he gave up on entering the Taiyuan ruins. Ru Yi was the representative of the Law Temple to enter the Taiyuan ruins. Xia Wenchu's arrival meant that everyone participating in this divine artifact search mission had arrived. Everyone, I believe that everyone has only heard rumors about the Taiyuan ruins, so we've already found the village chief of the fishing village to tell everyone the truth about the Taiyuan ruins. Xia Wenchu was very thoughtful. Before everyone entered the ruins, he first called the village chief over. The fishing village had existed beside the Taiyuan ruins for nearly 100 years. Although the fishermen in the village had never entered the ruins before, they knew more about the Taiyuan ruins than Yunsheng and the others, who were here for the first time. The village chief's face was filled with fear. Fortunately, Xia Wenchu appeared to be very friendly, so the village chief calmed down. The village chief brought everyone to the foot of Taiyuan, where they looked at the Taiyuan ruins on the summit. Everyone, there is only one path to enter the Taiyuan ruins, and that is the sea sky line that leads to the summit. The sea sky line is very steep, so you must be very careful when walking. Just follow this path and you'll reach Taiyuan City. However, once you enter Taiyuan City, there is one thing you must be very careful about. You should have seen that purple cloud at the summit, right? Following the village chief's instructions, everyone looked up the mountain. Looking past the trees and mountains, they could vaguely make out an ancient city at the summit of the mountain. Earlier, through the Starry Sky magic array, everyone only got a rough idea of what was going on, but now, they noticed that there was a huge purple cloud that covered almost the entire summit. The purple cloud shrouded the summit of Taiyuan City, which was directly above the Taiyuan ruins. Chapter 799. It was not strange for there to be clouds in the sky. However, it was strange for such a strange purple cloud to appear in such a coastal area. It was a sunny day, and the sea breeze was strong. Under such circumstances, there should be no clouds in the sky. However, the purple cloud did not move at all. It was like a magical beast hovering above the Taiyuan ruins. Just by looking at it from afar, everyone knew that the cloud was not to be underestimated. Sir, that is the Dragon King Cloud, the guardian of the Taiyuan ruins. Those evil people who want to enter the Taiyuan ruins will be killed by that thundercloud, the village chief said respectfully. These fishermen who lived by the sea did not know anything about magic or combat energy. To them, the most powerful thing was the Dragon King, who symbolized good weather. According to the village chief, that purple cloud would shoot out lightning every half a month. Once the lightning was shot out, the sea would be filled with thunder and lightning, making it difficult for fishing boats to go out to sea. However, after the lightning, the sea would be peaceful for a period of time. This pattern was so accurate that the fishermen called the purple cloud the Dragon King Cloud. It's just a purple cloud with relatively lush lightning magic elements. Why are they being so secretive? A mage muttered after hearing this. However, when the village chief heard that, he immediately became nervous. Sir, you can't say such things. That is really the Dragon King Cloud. A few years ago, there was a villager who saw a dragon appear in the purple cloud on a night of thunder and lightning. Dragon? The group of magicians and martial artists didn't really believe it. Magical beasts like dragons had long been extinct in the boundless world. How could there be a cloud in the Taiyuan ruins? Everyone was skeptical about the village chief's words and did not take it to heart. Thereafter, the people from the various forces questioned the village chief about the situation of Mount Taiyuan. The village chief told everyone that Mount Taiyuan was like spring all year round. However, the villagers did not dare to offend the Dragon King, so they had not entered the mountain for many years. It was like spring all year round on the mountain. There were various herbs and some magical beasts growing there. As for any magical weapons or treasures, the villagers did not know anything about them. However, even if there is a treasure, it should be hidden in the city lord's mansion. The village chief remembered something. A few years ago in the fishing village, a child entered the Taiyuan ruins. After that child got lost, he walked all the way to the deepest part of the ruins. It was said that at the top of the mountain, he saw a collapsed white castle. Inside the castle, all kinds of treasures were piled up. After the child went down the mountain, he told the adults at the foot of the mountain about this matter. However, when the fishermen gathered their courage and prepared to enter the mountain to search for treasure, the purple cloud suddenly struck down many lightning bolts, killing many villagers. The villagers no longer dared to go up the mountain. In that case, the goal of our trip is that white castle. Xia Wenqiu thanked the village chief after hearing this. Taiyuan Mountain was huge, and the Taiyuan ruins were not small either. The sooner they locked onto a target, the easier it would be for them to complete the mission. Moreover, the words of the village chief just now gave everyone some hope. Previously, it was said that anyone who entered the Taiyuan ruins would never return. However, now that the village chief had said that even a child could successfully escape, it proved that the Taiyuan ruins were not as they had said before. After entering, there was no way to leave alive. Looking around, Xia Wenqiu said, "There is only one way into the mountain. It is best if there are not too many people going in. A team of 20 people is best." No one had any objections to Xia Wenqiu's suggestion. If there were too many people, it might not be safe. On the contrary, it would delay the journey. The remaining people could set up camp at the foot of the mountain. This time, there were no more disputes between the mainland's elite camp and Duguxiu. The elite camp only had 10 people in total. Duguxiu chose Madame Qi Bai and 8 other martial artists to accompany him. The other forces also selected 20 people respectively. After everything was ready, the major factions entered the mountain one by one. Everyone left one by one. When almost everyone had left, Yun Xing walked past Xia Wenqiu. "Miss Yun," Xia Wenqiu suddenly said. "Xia Siming, congratulations on your breakthrough." Yun Xing stopped and smiled brightly. Her bright smile made Xia Wenqiu absent-minded for a moment. Yi Baiming, who was standing to the side, coughed a few times in displeasure. He muttered in his heart, "Damned little wild cat. She looks so fierce when she sees this prince, but smiles so brightly when she sees Xia Wenqiu. I have something to tell you. It's about Uncle Yun." Xia Wenqiu deliberately wanted to speak with Yun Xing alone. Ever since they parted ways in Skywing City, Yun Xing had not seen her father again. She had been worried about whether or not her father had found her mother. Hearing Xia Wenqiu say this, she walked to the side with him. "My father went to find you." Yun Xing did not know when her father had met Xia Wenqiu. He came to ask about the heart crystal. Xia Wenqiu roughly explained how Yun Sanghai had come to find him earlier. He also told Yun Xing that Hu Jiuxing was most likely under the control of the heart crystal. "If I'm not wrong, Uncle Yun might go to the Zhao state to inquire about the heart lamp." Xia Wenqiu looked at Yun Xing with a worried expression. The latter seemed to be deep in thought. Another 8 barons divine artifact. After hearing about the heart crystal, Yunxing sighed. If it really involved the 8 barons divine artifact, then her father might not be able to help her mother recover in a short time. However, Yunxing thought again. If the heart lamp was the heart sorrow divine artifact unearthed in the Taiyuan ruins, then her mother would be saved. Many thanks to Xia Siming for telling me these things. I will definitely repay you in the future. Including Yun Sanghai this time, Xia Wenqiu had already saved her many times. With Yunxing's personality, she did not like to owe people favors. She secretly thought that for Xia Wenqiu's sake, she would be merciful to the people from the temple in the Taiyuan ruins this time. Yi Baiming was still waiting 100 meters away. Because Xia Wenqiu had used a restriction while the two of them were talking, Yi Baiming could not hear a single word. This arrogant prince did not have a good expression on his face. It was as if someone owed him 100 million purple coins. Here is a magic tool. Take it with you. Perhaps it will be of some help in the Taiyuan ruins. Xia Wenqiu dismissed Yunxing's gratitude with a smile. He gave Yunxing a light magic tool. When the people from the temple, including Ru Yi, saw Xia Wenqiu's actions, they all looked at Yunxing with envy. Only a small portion of the people from the temple could create magic tools. Especially the magic tools personally created by Xia Wenqiu, who was the young master of the temple, were the rarest. The magic tools he created were at least at the level of holy magic tools. A portion of his light magic power was stored in them. It was rare for senior brother Xia to care about someone. Yunxing thanked Xia Wenqiu and accepted the light magic tool. You, take care, Xia Wenqiu said in a low voice. Chapter 800. Xia Siming, you don't have to worry. I will protect my woman well. Yi Baiming couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. He waved his hand, and his powerful fighting aura struck the isolation magic array like a whip. The magic array shattered. Xia Wenqiu's expression changed, and the smile on his face disappeared. Yi Baiming had already pulled Yunxing away. The temperature around the person who was originally as warm as the sun suddenly dropped by a few degrees. A piercingly cold murderous intent invisibly pervaded the air. Senior brother, we're leaving too. Ru Yi hurried forward. He noticed that his senior brother was a little different from usual today. However, this kind of senior brother was more like a human. Ru Yi had lived with Xia Wenqiu since he was young. His senior brother's appearance and temperament were top-notch. He was talented and knowledgeable. He had always been respected in the temple. This made Ru Yi feel that his senior brother was inhumanly perfect. The only flaw was that he was too perfect. He took care of everything. He didn't get angry, nor did he get happy. However, his senior brother was a little different today. He actually got angry. Ru Yi, after entering the Taiyuan ruins, you have to be careful. Remember, no matter what the situation is, you can't lose yourself. Xia Wenqiu knew that he had lost his composure, and his face was slightly red. He seemed to be staring at the two figures in front of him, one tall and one short, as they gradually walked away. He only felt that the two figures were especially glaring. Ru Yi nodded, then left with the group. After everyone left, Xia Wenqiu felt a burst of uneasiness. He thought for a moment, then divined. This. Xia Wenqiu's eyebrows twitched on his gentle face. This divination was actually a sign of great misfortune. Xia Wenqiu couldn't help but raise his head and look at the Taiyuan ruins at the peak of the mountain. In the sky, the purple clouds that hovered motionlessly like a ferocious beast were getting darker and darker. It seemed like something would break out of the clouds at any time. The Taiyuan ruins were built on the peak of Taiyuan Mountain. The mountain was 5,000 meters high, and there was only one path to the peak. After entering the mountain pass, one had to pass through a small forest path that was about 5 to 6 miles long. Further up the path was the sea and sky line, which spiraled up the cliff. This mountain path was several hundred miles long, winding and winding. From high up in the sky, it looked like a silver-white python lurking in the vast forest. Back then, in order to avoid the Zhao state troops, the Taiyuan deliberately built this plank road to be narrow and dangerous. The plank road could barely fit half a person, and it was also difficult for carriages, horses, and ordinary animals to pass through. Therefore, hundreds of years ago, it was called the line between the sea and the sky by the seaside fishermen. The sea and sky line was several hundred miles long. Because it was close to the sea, there would be strong sea winds blowing from time to time. If one was not careful, they would fall into the sea. Yunsheng and Xia Wenqiu arrived a little later than the first team because they had spoken a few more words with Xia Wenqiu. When they arrived, Sister Lan, abandoned, Duge Xiu, and the others were still waiting at the entrance of the mountain. Madame Qi Bai's expression was unsightly. So slow. We're here to find the artifact, not to go on an outing. The figures of the 6 great powers in front of them had already disappeared. Although they had already entered Taiyuan Mountain, the surrounding scenery was no different from ordinary mountain ridges. At this time of the year, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant everywhere. Yunxing raised her head to look. Trees with straight trunks and lush foliage grew on both sides. Unknown small wild fruits that were as red as flames grew under the trees. The scenery was very enchanting. From time to time, colorful birds flew through the forest. If they didn't have a mission, it really would be a good place to go on an outing. No one forced you to wait. Lan didn't like Madame Qi Bai at first sight. This woman always exuded a devilish aura. She reminded Lan of the celestial fox peoples who Ling Long. Since we're allies, we should advance and retreat together. Everyone's here. Arrange the order and enter the mountain. Duge Xiu gloomily glanced at Yunsheng and Yi Baiming holding hands. After another 2 to 3 li, they would reach the horizon. The crown prince's body is priceless. He should walk in the middle. You should send a few people to walk in front. Madame Qi Bai acted like the mistress of the house, her face full of arrogance. The ruins of Taiyuan Mountain were extremely dangerous. Ahead was an unknown danger. Walking in front meant that their lives could be in danger at any time. At present, there were only 10 people on each side. No one was willing to let their people die first. Here, everyone is equal. His life is a life, and our lives are also a life. Lan was dissatisfied. She hated dealing with this kind of royal child the most. Li Xiao was like this, and so was Duge Xiu. If it weren't for her master repeatedly reminding her when she left the camp, she would have turned around and left. Sister Lan, Crown Prince Dugu, don't argue anymore. If this continues, the people in front will reach the top of the mountain. How about this? I suggest that the women walk in the middle, and the remaining warriors and magicians. The magicians will be at the back, and the warriors will be at the front. Yi Baiming looked ahead. It had already been 15 minutes since the great powers left. Okay. Lan and Duge Xiu had no objections. The 20 people quickly adjusted their formation. With one in front and one at the back, they walked towards the only path leading to the top of the mountain, the horizon. At the intersection of the horizon, Tang Yuan's dozens of magicians and warriors had already arrived. Li Xiao had been humiliated at the foot of the mountain earlier, so he secretly hated it. He vowed to find the artifact and teach Yunsheng, Lan, and the others a lesson. Because Tang Yuan had the most magicians among all the powers, as soon as Li Xiao entered the mountain, he ordered all the magicians to use wind magic and speed up their movements, rushing to be at the front. Second prince, the horizon is just ahead. Although they had heard of the ominous reputation of the horizon, after seeing it with their own eyes, Tang Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel some stage fright. The horizon was a very narrow mountain path. On one side was a steep mountain wall, and on the other side was the ocean. The entire path was said to be several hundred li long. Here, even magic couldn't be used. It was said that it would take more than 6 hours for an ordinary person to walk through this mountain path. Because it could only accommodate half a person, if one wanted to pass through this mountain path, they had to lean their body close to the mountain wall and hold the wall with both hands, like a crab crawling sideways. The most frightening thing was that after the mountain was higher, the sea breeze also became stronger, and the sound of the wind was incessant. Looking down at the bottom of the cliff, all he could see was darkness. Vaguely, he could see stone pillars that were as sharp as knives standing on the surface of the sea. When everyone saw this, the soles of their feet turned cold, and their knees went weak. The mountain path started at 1,000 meters and stopped at 4,000 meters. If they were careless and were swept into the sea by the wind, even if they had magic wings and doqi wings, they could be blown away by the sea breeze and fall to pieces. Seeing such a dangerous place, Tang Yuan's people hesitated for a moment. No one wanted to be the first to pass through. Cowering, the people behind are about to catch up. Wang Qing, you, come out, and be the first to pass. Li Xiao saw his subordinate's cowering appearance and was full of anger. Chapter 801. The second prince, Li Xiao, pointed at one person and ordered him to pass. The Sky and Sea Line. The wind-type sky sorcerer called Wang Qin was the most agile among the group. Wang Qin braced himself and walked forward step by step with his hands pressed against the mountain wall. He was very careful with every step. He walked for about a mile and everything was normal. The rest of you, follow me one by one. Li Xiao saw this and walked in the middle, letting the others follow him one by one. Li Xiao and the others had just walked a few steps when they heard a scream in front of them. Everyone looked up and saw the magic scepter in Wang Chen's hand being blown by the wind. He seemed to be possessed and lost his footing and fell down the mountain path. When he fell, he didn't even use basic protection spells. He fell like a falling leaf. He smashed into a stone pillar and his body went through it. It was a terrifying sight. Wang Qing had just fallen off the cliff when 3 or 4 of the people walking at the front also fell off the cliff as if they had bumped into a ghost. Their deaths were very tragic. Li Xiao felt as if his liver and guts were about to split open, and he almost stepped on air. Retreat, everyone retreat. One Wang Qin was easy to explain, but 3 or 4 people in a row, regardless of whether they were sorcerers or warriors, all died the same way. Li Xiao was also scared out of his wits. He panicked and asked everyone to retreat. When they retreated, everyone's faces were pale. Second prince, 4 of us are dead. Ko Ling's face was pale as she counted the number of people. Out of 20 people, 4 had died before they even entered the ruins. It was really a bad start. Bad luck. If I knew this would happen, I would have let the other forces go first. Li Xiao managed to calm himself down. Second prince, it seems a little strange. When we reached the plank path just now, I felt like my mind was blank and I couldn't remember any spells. A sorcerer shivered. The others nodded in agreement. When they reached the plank path just now, they were all in a daze. Just as Li Xiao and the others were panicking and didn't know what to do, the people from Dihong City and Zhao State who followed closely behind Li Xiao also rushed over. Second prince, why haven't you passed through yet? A summoner from Zhao State walked out. You can't walk on that mountain path. Li Xiao still hadn't recovered from the earlier incident. His face was full of panic, and his usual carefree calmness was all gone. Everyone says that Tang Yuan's magicians are powerful. Today, I see that they are just as so. They can't even pass through a small plank road. Then we'll go first, the Zhao State's people jeered. That being said, Tang Yuan's experience had taught the people of the Zhao State a lesson. After some discussion, they decided to use a safer method. A summoner began chanting. A summoning circle flashing with magic light appeared. Soon, a rank 8 white-headed eagle flew out from the summoning circle. This type of white-headed eagle would appear in the high and cold snowy mountains all year round. It could withstand the biting cold wind and had a strong sense of direction. It could ride 2 to 3 people at a time. It turned out that the Zhao State had come prepared this time. Among the magicians, several of them had medium-sized flying magic beasts. Li Xiao cursed inwardly. Encountering a summoner with a flying magical beast while searching for a divine artifact is really bad luck. The white-headed eagle circled in the air a few times before landing steadily. A summoner with a flying magical beast would have a natural advantage when traversing such a dangerous terrain. As soon as the white-headed eagle came out, 2 summoners rode on it. 2 people and 1 eagle flew in the direction of the sea and the sky. The sea breeze was still biting cold, but the white-headed eagle, which was like a small plane, spread its 2-meter-long wings and tore the sea breeze apart. It glided hundreds of meters away. Tang Yuan and the others were envious and jealous. Li Xiao really wished that they had brought a few flying magic beasts with them. But flying magic beasts alone were not enough. Without a summoner, everything was just empty talk. However, only the Zhao State and their allies, Dihong City, could use this method to cross the sea and the sky. Later, the other forces would be blocked outside the sea and the sky, just like Tang Yuan. This time, the divine artifact would fall into the hands of the Zhao State. The people of the Zhao State and Dihong City all looked proud. Extreme joy and extreme sorrow. In the sky, the white-headed eagle, which was originally fine, let out a sorrowful cry. It suddenly changed its flying direction and crashed into the side of the mountain. Ah! The 2 summoners riding on the back of the white-headed eagle were caught off guard. They fell into the raging sea with the white-headed eagle. 2 more died. The people of the Zhao State and Dihong City were speechless for a moment. Now, no one dared to say anything, and no one dared to cross the sea and the sky. When the mainland magic elite camp and the people of the later Qin arrived at the sea and the sky, they thought that the other forces had already passed. Who knew that everyone was still waiting at the sea and the sky? I think everyone can go back now. If we can't even cross this plank road, how can we enter the Taiyuan ruins? Qing Bai and the others were the 4th batch to arrive. Before that, Hui Yu and the others had also arrived. Hui Yu refused to believe the words of the humans and sent an elf archer to scout the way. The result was the same as the result of Tang Yuan and the people of the temple. The elf archer went crazy halfway and almost fell into the sea. Luckily, Hui Yu reacted quickly and pulled the elf archer back at the last moment, saving the elf archer's life. The elf archer's life was saved, but after he was rescued, he kept talking nonsense like he was in a dream. He was dizzy. Hui Yu was also helpless. When Qing Bai and the others arrived, they decided not to try. The situation was in a stalemate. Although no one could cross the sea and the sky, no one was willing to go down the mountain. When Yunsheng and the others arrived, they were met with this situation. Lan Yu and Du Guxiu asked around, but they didn't know what to do either. It was already late, and no one was willing to go down the mountain. After some discussion, they decided to rest at the entrance of the sea and the sky for the night, like the other forces. That night, more than 100 people set up camp in their respective camps. The wind was strong by the sea, and the sound of the waves was endless. That night, no one slept well. The next day, another day passed. No one had any idea what to do. A summoner from the Zao state summoned another flying beast. This time, it was a small soaring skylark. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the soaring skylark let out a squeak as if it was flying, and plunged into the raging waves below the cliff. "We can't go on like this." The people from the Zao state were the first to lose their patience. Normally, these summoners were the most arrogant, but they relied on magical beasts the most. Their true abilities were inferior to magicians and warriors. Seeing that they couldn't cross the sea and the sky, the people from the Zao state went down the mountain that afternoon. Seeing their allies leave, the people from the Hong Emperor city couldn't help but follow them down the mountain. Chapter 802. Before they even entered the Taiyuan ruins, one faction had already left. The only ones left were the elite camp, later Qin, and Wuji. Heaven's Wings, Immortal Abode, Zhou State, Hunter's Guild, Dharma Temple, Medicine Emperor's Pavilion, and Tang Yuan. The next night, Yunxing took out some food from the beast's speech ring and ate a few bites. Because the night wind was cold, Sister Lan had a few male sorcerers, including Abandon, gather some firewood to start a fire. It's already the second day. If we delay any longer, we won't have enough food and water. No matter what, I have to try tomorrow. Lan was already impatient after waiting for a few days. She had wanted to try earlier, but Yunxing and Abandon had stopped her. "Sister Lan, it's better not to be rash," Yunxing advised. At this time, Abandon had already gathered some firewood and started a fire beside Yunxing and Lan. "This fire is not bad. Little wild cat, make room for this king." Yi Baiming stepped forward and squeezed his way to Yunxing's side. Yunxing rolled her eyes. There were so many empty seats around them. Yi Baiming could sit anywhere, yet he insisted on sitting beside her. Abandon was fiddling with the fire. When Yi Baiming sat down, the firewood in his hand shook. A spark flew out and landed on Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming saw this and raised his eyebrows. He was unhappy. This brat was obviously looking for trouble. "It's freezing. You don't mind this prince coming to get some warmth, right?" At this time, Duguxiu butted in. Since Duguxiu came, Madame Chi Bai didn't want to be outdone and also came over. In front of a small bonfire, 5 or 6 people were crowded. Other than Yunxing and Lan, the others had strange expressions. They were filled with hostility, like a few hedgehogs squeezed together. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The fire grew brighter and brighter, and a special fragrance floated out. What's that smell?" "Night fox, is it from your body?" Yunxing wrinkled her nose. She looked like a kitten, which made Yi Baiming laugh. "It's the smell of firewood. This area is close to the sea, so the firewood is very humid. So I decided to chop down some trees," Abandon explained. Yunxing looked at the fire. Beside Qi, there was a pile of trees that were still green. After seeing the shape of the leaves, Yunxing jumped up as if her butt was on fire. "Senior sister, let's go ahead and take a look." Lan He Yunxing hurriedly walked away. In front of the bonfire, the 3 men were still staring at each other. After about a quarter of an hour, Yunxing and Lan came back. Their eyes were bright. "Found it. I think I found the reason why the sea and sky line encountered evil. The reason lies in these leaves." "We've all been poisoned," Yunxing said as she took out a handful of leaves. "You're saying that these leaves are poisonous?" Abandon and Madame Chi Bai both frowned. "That's impossible. These leaves aren't poisonous at all," Abandon and Madame Chi Bai insisted. Abandon and Madame Chi Bai were both poison experts. Not only did they know how to use poison, but they were also very sensitive to poisons. Both of them were familiar with the books on poisons and poisonous herbs on the mainland. They clearly remembered that there were no records of these leaves. When they entered Mount Taiyuan, they had already carefully checked. There were no poisonous herbs or gas in this area. Along the way, their bodies didn't show any signs of being poisoned. That's because the gas released by these leaves can't even be considered poison. It's just a kind of miasma. Once people breathe it in, they'll be poisoned unknowingly. If people stay here for a long time, they might accidentally be poisoned or even go insane. Yun Sheng was a doctor. After she came to the Boundless Land, she learned a lot about poisons and herbs. However, she really didn't read about the attributes of these trees that grew in Mount Taiyuan. These trees didn't exist anywhere else on the mainland. They seemed to only grow in Mount Taiyuan. Yun Sheng was able to recognize these special trees because of a memory from her previous life. When Yun Sheng was still studying in the medical university, she had a good friend called Xiao Shui. After Yun Sheng graduated, she inherited a small clinic, while Xiao Shui went to Australia. She remembered that once, Xiao Shui and Yun Sheng had an overseas call. Xiao Shui even complained to Yun Sheng that she had become a lot more lazy ever since she went to Australia. This was because there were many eucalyptus trees planted in Australia. These eucalyptus trees would emit a special irritating smell. After smelling this smell, people would become lazy and sleepy easily. Yunxing also just found out that the leaves of these trees were very similar to the eucalyptus trees in Australia. That was why she asked her sister Lan to confirm it. After checking, she found that the most planted trees in Mount Taiyuan should be a variant of the eucalyptus tree. Yunxing directly named it Taiyuan eucalyptus. Although she didn't know whether the Penglai Prince of Taiyuan eucalyptus deliberately planted this kind of Taiyuan eucalyptus, the smell of Taiyuan eucalyptus could make people and magical beasts hallucinate, and eventually lead to the occurrence of evil. Yun Sheng was certain of this point. As long as you take the antidote and eliminate the toxins in your body, you can pass through the sea and sky line, Yun Sheng said, pretending to be mysterious, and took out a few bottles of pills. The people who listened to Yun Sheng's words were still half believed and half doubtful. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. This prince believes it. Yi Baiming supported Yun Sheng. He didn't say anything and took a bottle of medicine. We also believe in Yun Sheng, the people of the mainland elite camp echoed. Lan stepped forward and took a bottle of medicine. Duga Xiu looked deeply at Yun Sheng and was about to speak. If it's really like what you said, then why wasn't the child that the village chief mentioned earlier not poisoned when he passed through the Taiyuan eucalyptus forest? Madame Chi Bai questioned. She just couldn't bear to see these people only have Yun Sheng in their eyes. In her opinion, they were the ones who were possessed. They were all possessed by a kind of evil spirit called Yun Sheng. Because the child is short, the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees grow in a higher position. When the wind blows, at most, it can only sink a part of the smell. Adults will be affected, but the probability of children being poisoned is greatly reduced. Yunxing finished speaking and made a gesture about a meter below. The eucalyptus tree's gas was relatively light, and because of the direction of the sea breeze, most of it floated above a meter. If one admitted to inhaling too much of the smell emitted by the Taiyuan eucalyptus and walked forward to the sea and sky line, the poison would take effect and they would lose their senses and fall to the bottom of the sea. This would explain why the village chief said that the child could enter the ruins, but the others couldn't. The villagers who entered the ruins of Taiyuan and didn't come out were most likely poisoned by the Taiyuan eucalyptus. The miasma was a slow-acting poisonous gas. At first, it didn't cause any harm, but after a long time, it would affect the person's visual nerves and slow down the body's reaction. Nonsense. Madame Chi Bai still didn't believe Yunxing. Qi Bai, shut up. Du Guxiu reprimanded. Du Guxiu stared at Yunxing. The latter's expression was calm, as if it was up to him to believe it or not. Chapter 803. Almost subconsciously, Du Guxiu chose to believe in Yunxing. Yunxing was a very cunning person. However, there was one thing about her. She never treated human lives like grass. This might be because she was a medical practitioner. Under the premise that there was no conflict of interest, no matter if it was an enemy or a commoner, they were all lives to her. Du Guxiu had once witnessed Yunxing's medical skills with his own eyes. Her strange medical skills saved Yunba's life. This prince also believes in you. Give me the antidote. Du Guxiu also chose to believe in Yunxing. Madame Qi Bai, who was beside him, felt as if she was slapped in the face. Her face and ears were red. If you want the antidote, pay up first. My antidote is priced at 10,000 purple gold. Seeing that we are allies, I will give you a 50% discount. I will give you an ally price of 5,000 purple gold for one antidote. There are a total of 10 of you, so just casually pay 50,000 purple gold. Yunxing's words made Du Guxiu's face stiffen. The corner of Yi Baiming's mouth curled up into a big arc. Lan Hiqi and the others also couldn't help but laugh. Women had always been the type to hold grudges. This woman called Yunxing loved to hold grudges even more. Yunxing would settle the matter of Donghuang Ling with Du Guxiu bit by bit. 50,000 purple gold was just an appetizer. Surnamed Yun, you are going too far. Seeing that Yunxing still dared to ask for money, Madame Qi Bai became even angrier. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of Du Guxiu getting angry, she would have already gone up and ripped Yunxing's mouth apart. Du Guxiu took out an Empire's purple gold card. Yunxing straightforwardly threw a bottle of medicine over. After seeing the medicine in the bottle, Du Guxiu's face stiffened again. Resisting the urge to scold, Du Guxiu kept the medicine. Yunxing, can you sell some of your medicine to us as well? He, according to the ally price. Qing Bai and the others had already pricked up their ears to listen. Yunxing's analysis was clear and logical. More importantly, Qing Bai, Bu Jiuxiao, and the others were well aware of Yunxing's superb medical skills. They also chose to believe in Yunxing. Yunxing was also straightforward and threw 2 bottles of medicine to them. Lady Yunxing, we are willing to purchase the pills at their original price. Huiyu also stepped forward. Huiyu, you're a good friend of Divine Wind, so you're also a good friend of mine. I, Yunxing, never accept money from my good friends. It's a great price, free of charge. Yunxing smiled and offered the pills with both hands. She also gave 2 bottles of pills to Heaven's Winged Jade. Yunxing suggested that everyone take the elixir first thing in the morning. By then, they would be able to pass the sea and sky line in one go. In this way, among the remaining 5 forces, apart from the Zhao State and Dihong City who had left earlier, only Tang Yuan and Li Xiao did not have the antidote. Although Li Xiao and Yunxing were enemies, there was one thing that he had to admit. Yunxing's medical skills were extraordinary. She was able to become the continent's youngest national healer. Her reputation was not undeserved. Li Xiao had also witnessed Yunxing's miraculous medical skills with his own eyes. Yunxing's title of national healer was personally conferred by Emperor Tang Yuan. At that time, Yunxing only relied on a little pollen to cure the Empress. When Yunxing mentioned the Taiyuan eucalyptus, Li Xiao already believed it. Yunxing, I am also willing to buy the pills. In order to pass the sea and sky line, Li Xiao could only put down his face and buy the pills from Yunxing. 10,000 purple gold coins were equivalent to 100,000 gold coins in the Empire's gold coins. If it was not related to the artifact, Li Xiao would never be a sucker. Oh, the second prince is also interested. Good, my little Xiantong has always adhered to this principle, but everyone has a price. Since there's a price for friends and family, and also a price for allies, I'll also give you a price. I'll sell it to you for 20,000 purple gold coins per pill. Yunxing said with a smile. His lips parted as he revealed a price. 20,000 purple gold coins, all right. Li Xiao readily agreed, but then he suddenly realized something. Yunxing, don't be so shameless. Why do other people only need 5,000 gold coins to buy it? Some people even give it to you for free, but I want 20,000 gold coins. Although Li Xiao was the second prince of Tang Yuan, he was very rich. But in these years, the crown prince's wings were becoming more and more plentiful. Li Xiao was further suppressed, and his income shrank a lot. 20,000 purple gold coins for 20 people was equivalent to 4 million gold coins, which was already a sky-high price. I like it, I am willing, what do you care? My price also depends on the person who gives it. The price I give you is called a cheap price. Doubling the original price is already a small price. But first of all, there are only 2 bottles left. If you don't want them, I can throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Yunxing sneered, and made a gesture to throw the last 2 bottles into the sea. Cheap woman. Second prince, you must not be fooled by her, she is threatening us. Koling saw Yunxing's threat, so she jumped out to dissuade Li Xiao. I was careless. My hand slipped. Yunxing's hand trembled, and the bottle of medicine in her hand flew out with a whoosh. Li Xiao wanted to grab it, but it was too late. He could only watch the bottle fall into the dark cliff and be swallowed by the sea. Li Xiao almost fainted. With 1 bottle missing, it meant that he could only take 9 people into the ruins. Chapter 804. Li Xiao opened the bottle to take a look. He had spent 50,000 purple coins to buy the antidote. It was the wild fruit that Li Xiao had seen when he entered the mountain earlier. These beet-sized red wild fruits could be found all over the mountain. They weren't valuable at all. He didn't expect that Yunxing would use this kind of wild fruit to pass off as the antidote. Li Xiao's roar alarmed all the people from the 5 powers. Other than Duge Xiu, when everyone discovered that the antidote was the small wild fruit, their faces became twisted and they became furious. They looked like they had been played to death. At this time, Yunxing was still meditating. Hearing the roar that shook the mountain, Yunxing calmly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and finished meditating. Second prince, it's not good to be so angry so early in the morning. Yunxing took out a small wild fruit. This is the antidote. I didn't say that the antidote was a pill that I refined. How long has it been since I entered the mountain? How could I have refined a pill? However, I guarantee that after eating this small wild fruit, you will be able to smoothly cross the sky sea line. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. If it doesn't work, I can refund everyone's money. After Yunxing finished speaking, she was about to throw the small wild fruit into her mouth. Wait! Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu shouted at the same time. In a moment of desperation, the 2 grabbed Yunxing's left and right hands. This prince will try first. This prince will try first. Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu looked at each other. Regardless of whether the small wild fruit was the antidote or not, the 2 of them didn't want Yunxing to take the risk of being the first to cross the sky sea line. At this time, even a blind person could see the strange relationship between the 3 of them. One was Zhou State's Duke Baiming, the other was later Qin's crown prince. They were actually willing to take the risk for a woman. The two of you are delicate and precious. Let me do it. Chi, who had been silent on the side, suddenly made a shocking move. He swallowed a small wild fruit and walked straight to the sky and sea line. Abandon. Yunxing's hand was still held by Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu. In a moment of desperation, she broke free from their grasp and ran forward to stop Abandon. It's fine. Abandon shook his head and walked forward resolutely. He was not the crown prince, nor was he a prince. He was just an ordinary man who wanted to silently protect the woman he loved. This time, let him do something for Yunxing. There wasn't much hesitation on Qi Ye's overly handsome face. He walked towards the sea and sky line. His figure was not as tall as Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu, but at this moment, he had a special charm. Abandoned was half lying on the mountain wall, slowly moving forward. At first, his footsteps were a little slow, but as time went on, his movements became faster. After walking for about half a kilometer, he cast a wind magic spell on himself, and his speed became even faster. After walking for another 5 or 6 li, Abandon called out to Yunxing and the others, "Everything is normal. You can come over." The mainland's elite camp let out a burst of joyous cheers. Lon immediately adjusted the formation. She and Yunxing walked in the middle, Yi Baiming in front, and Duge Xiu in the back. The group of people walked in a single file towards the sea and sky line. Seeing that the mainland's elite camp and the people from later Qin had successfully reached the sea and sky line, the rest of the people were relieved. Tian Yu and Zhou Qingchuan were the second group to follow. Next was Hu Yu and the others from the Immortal Keeper Nation. Qing Bai and the others followed closely behind. Ru Yi and the others from the temple also walked over. Even after most of the people had left, Li Xiao's face was still gloomy. With Yi Baiming and Duge Xiu's protection, he didn't dare to openly cause trouble for Yunxing. "Second prince, should we follow them?" Ko Ling was afraid when she saw Li Xiao's appearance, so she asked boldly. "What are you following for? Why aren't you gathering some more wild fruits?" Li Xiao was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He had been completely tricked by Yunxing. Even though they had already walked 2 or 3 li, Yunxing could still hear Li Xiao's angry curses along with the wind. They had already walked for a long time. After dispelling the poison of the Taiyuan eucalyptus, no one else had encountered any danger. At the beginning, the sea and sky line was a bit difficult to walk, but it became easier towards the end. Yunxing could even chat as they walked. Next to Yunxing was Sister Lan. Yunxing's actions this time made Lan have a whole new level of respect for her. At first, Lan thought that Yunxing only had some talent in magic medicine. She didn't expect that she was also so good at ancient medicine. "Yunxing, how did you know that the wild fruits were the antidote?" Lan had accompanied Yunxing to find the Taiyuan eucalyptus. After Yunxing confirmed that the Taiyuan eucalyptus was the antidote, she didn't turn back immediately. Instead, she searched the forest and gathered more than 100 small wild fruits. Then, she put them in medicine bottles. It's very simple. Sister Lan, when you entered the Taiyuan mountain, you should have noticed that there were many birds resting on the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees. They lived on the Taiyuan eucalyptus trees all year round, but they weren't poisoned. I thought that they must have taken the antidote. Sometimes, magical beasts are much more sensitive than humans. In her previous life, Yunxing had studied Chinese medicine since she was a child. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, yin and yang complemented each other. Wherever there was poison, there must be something that could counteract it. For example, where venomous snakes appeared, there must be herbs that could suppress their toxicity. This was the most mysterious law of nature. With this thought in mind, Yunxing searched the forest and found that the red wild fruits growing at the bottom of the eucalyptus trees had many traces of birds pecking at them. After confirming that the wild fruits weren't poisonous, Yunxing found that her consciousness had become much clearer after eating the wild fruits. Only then did she feel at ease to gather the wild fruits. As for selling the wild fruits at a high price, it was just an idea that came to her on the spur of the moment. Li Xiao of the Tang Yuan dynasty, Du Guxiu of the later Qin dynasty, and Ru Yi of the Buddhist temple, which one of them wasn't rich? She would be a fool if she didn't make a big profit. Yunxing's words fell into Du Guxiu's ears without missing a word. Madame Qi Bai heard this and took the opportunity to say, "Crown Prince, I told you, that woman is very cunning." But looking at Du Guxiu, there wasn't the slightest bit of displeasure in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a rare trace of a smile on his usually cold face. "Yunxing, you really are the woman that this crown prince has taken a fancy to." Zhou Qingchuan shook his head. He had already experienced Yunxing's methods. However, after a few years, Yunxing seemed to have become even more two-faced. He also wondered where she had learned these methods. Thinking about it, Li Xiao was quite unlucky. Earlier, Yi Baiming had cheated him of his purple gold mine, and now, Yunxing had cheated him of a large sum of money. TSK, Yunxing and Yi Baiming, could they be considered as birds of a feather flocking together? With Yunxing's life-saving elixir, the extremely dangerous sea and sky line was finally completed after walking for an entire afternoon without any mishaps. "We're finally done." This broken road almost scared this young master's heart out of his chest. After walking down the sea and sky line and stepping onto a normal mountain path, Qing Bai couldn't help but complain. Chapter 805. With Xiao Yegua's help, except for Tang Yuan and Li Xiao, the other 5 forces successfully crossed the line between the sea and the sky. After crossing the line between the sea and the sky, they had already reached the ridge of the mountain more than 4,000 meters above sea level. After crossing a section of the mountain road ahead, they officially entered the territory of the Taiyuan ruins. From where they were standing, they could already vaguely see the ruins behind the dense forest. Thinking of the various legends about the Taiyuan ruins, even Qing Bai, who was used to laughing, could not help but become serious and dignified. It was unknown whether it was because of the giant purple cloud or because the temperature had dropped due to the elevation, but the mountain road no longer had the bright sunshine when they entered the mountain. The sky was dark and gloomy, giving off an oppressive feeling. There were no green trees and red flowers around, and even the birds and other magical beasts were nowhere to be seen. "There's a fork in the road ahead." After walking for a while, there were 5 forks in the road ahead. 5 forked paths lay there quietly. Every single one of them looked exactly the same. It looked as if any of the roads could lead to the top of the mountain, but it was also possible that only one of them could lead to the top. A strange feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. The village chief did not mention that there were forks in the mountain before. These forks looked very new, which was very contradictory to the ancient history of the Taiyuan ruins. Why were there just 5 of them? It was as if someone had already known that the 5 forces would enter the mountain and had specially prepared for them. No one chose rashly. After all, whether the chosen route was correct or not was directly related to whether they could find the Taiyuan ruins. The leaders of the several forces came out. After some discussion, they decided to draw lots, and each force chose a fork in the road. After drawing lots, Lon picked the first fork in the road on the left. "Bai, Zhou, we have to go our separate ways. Be careful." Yi Baiming separated from Qing and Bu. Yunxing also said goodbye to Tianyu, Huiyu, and the others. The people of the 5 forces went into their own forks. After half an hour, the unlucky second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, arrived with a group of Tang Yuan's magicians. However, there was only a lonely mountain path in front of them. Traces of people walking on it could be seen faintly. Tisk, sure enough, they've all left. Let's hurry up and catch up with them. Li Xiao led his men and rushed forward on the mountain path. After choosing the fork in the road, Yunsheng and her team continued to walk forward. Along the way, everything was normal. Both sides of the mountain path were covered with thick layers of fallen leaves. It looked like no one had passed through it for a long time. However, after walking for a while, Duguxiu suddenly stopped the group. There seems to be something wrong. It seems that the Taiyuan ruins are already very close, but after walking for 2 hours, the top of the mountain still seems very far away. Duguxiu frowned as he looked at the faintly visible white buildings on the top of the mountain. Not only Duguxiu, but Yunsheng and the others also noticed it. They were clearly walking, but the scenery around them and the mountain road seemed to be endless. It's getting late. Let's rest here for a while. The sky was gloomy, so Lon decided to let the students rest for a while. That night, the 20 students and the later Qin warriors rested in the open. When they woke up in the morning, they hastily ate some dry food and water and prepared to continue walking. Who knew that when they were doing a head count, Lon would suddenly discover that there was one person missing from the elite camp. We're also missing a warrior. Duguxiu also checked his subordinates and discovered that there was one person missing. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a series of inquiries, Lon found out from the missing magician's companions that the magician had left the group in the middle of the night because he needed to go to the toilet. He had entered the mountain forest to relieve himself. That warrior was the same. He also left the group in the middle of the night. Duguxiu also had the same information. The sky was still gray. If it weren't for the hourglass, Yunsheng and the others wouldn't even be able to distinguish between day and night. Let's enter the mountain forest and see if we can find any clues. Remember, don't scatter. Maintain the same formation as when we were on the mountain path. Duguxiu ordered his subordinates to immediately line up. Yunsheng and Lon followed in the middle. Everyone's expression was very grave. They hadn't returned for an entire night. The lives of those 2 members were probably. Everyone left the mountain path and walked step by step into the depths of the forest. Taiyuan Mountain was very large. Because the trees here hadn't been cut down for hundreds of years, the ground was covered with withered grass and dead leaves. In the deepest part of the forest, even someone as tall as Yi Baiming and Duguxiu would be submerged by the grass and leaves if they were to fall. The later Qin warriors walked at the very front. They cut down the trees as they walked and walked for almost half an hour. Everyone, look! Up ahead! The warrior walking at the front saw a familiar figure leaning against a tree with his back facing everyone. After finding the missing warrior, the later Qin people, including Duguxiu, all breathed a sigh of relief. These people were all Duguxiu's personal guards. They had followed Duguxiu since they were young. The relationship between master and servant was very strong. Judging from his clothes and build, he was the missing later Qin soldier. You brat, you made us look for you for a long time. The warrior in the lead complained and stepped forward to punch the missing warrior. When he heard the sound, the missing warrior turned his head. There was a weird creaking sound of bones moving. After seeing the man's face, the later Qin warrior in the lead screamed and staggered back a few steps. How was this a Ho Qin martial artist? This was clearly a skeleton that had lost all humanity. Half of its face was rotten to the bone, while the other half was covered in rotting flesh. The eyeballs in its eye sockets were yellowish, with the eyeballs hanging out. The skeleton warrior suddenly pulled out the saber at his waist and looked at the warrior in the lead. The warrior in the lead wasn't on guard. The saber slashed through the air and chopped off his left arm. Duguxiu and the later Qin warriors were shocked. A zombie. The later Qin Iron Blood Knights were worthy of being called elite troops. At this moment, they showed great discipline. They split into groups of 3. One group covered the injured warrior, while the other group covered Duguxiu and Madame Chi Bai. Bang! Just as Lon and the others were about to help, a fireball suddenly shot out from the forest. There was another person standing in the forest. That person was the magician who had gone missing in the middle of the night. His appearance was similar to the zombie warrior. He was also half a corpse and half a skeleton. He had been hiding in the forest and sneakily attacking everyone. In just one night, the warriors and magicians, who were still alive and kicking earlier, had turned into zombies that were neither human nor ghost. It was too strange. Chase! Lon didn't hesitate and immediately led a group of magicians to chase after the zombie magician. Chapter 806. After a series of attacks, the skeletal zombie was killed by a later Qin warrior. When it was killed, its corpse turned into a puddle of pus, emitting a foul stench. Lon and the others also returned. Because there were too many trees and vegetation in the mountain forest, they didn't dare to rashly enter. Your Highness, it's bad. Lu Wu can't hold on any longer. Lu Wu was the later Qin warrior who had been injured by the zombie warrior. His bleeding had already stopped, but where his arm had been cut off, his flesh and bone had already changed color. The zombie poison was seeping into the other parts of his body. It wouldn't be long before he would become like that zombie martial artist, completely losing his humanity. He wouldn't even be able to recognize his own brothers and relatives. Lon and the others stood to the side with solemn expressions. Duguxiu stood guard by the warrior's side, not saying a word. Your Highness, this subordinate doesn't ask for anything other than death. Lu Wu revealed a gloomy smile. Rather than becoming a zombie that was neither human nor ghost and hurting his brothers, he would rather die now. Is there any way? Duguxiu didn't raise his head, but asked Yunsheng. Faced with such a situation, Yunsheng was also very gloomy. However, she was also powerless. She had never experienced zombie poison before and didn't have any medicinal herbs that could be used at the moment. Silence was the best answer. Duguxiu hung his head. The other 6 later Qin warriors also had red eyes. Madame Chi Bai also had a gloomy expression. These people were all good brothers who had gone through fire and water together. It was too cruel to let Duguxiu personally kill them. Lu Wu, this crown prince promises you that as long as I, Duguxiu, am alive, I will ensure that your family will not have to worry about food and clothing. Duguxiu suddenly stood up and pulled out his heavy sword. With a blunt sound, the skull was shattered. Lu Wu closed his eyes forever. Duguxiu's face didn't show any grief, but the hand holding the heavy sword trembled slightly. As the iron-blooded crown prince of later Qin, Duguxiu had to be iron-blooded and emotionless in this kind of situation. Because the zombie poison was contagious, Duguxiu asked Lon to burn Lu Wu's corpse. The weapons in the hands of the martial artists who had slaughtered the zombie martial artists earlier were all tempered with fire once again. Since the zombie magician had escaped, no one dared to rashly enter the depths of the forest. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to turn back the way they came. That night, no one slept well. They still couldn't find a way out. Everyone was guessing what had happened in the forest that night. What had caused the warrior and magician to become like this? In the latter half of the night, a whimpering sound came from the forest, as if some wild beast was moving around. There's an enemy attack. Yi Baiming suddenly sat up. The others also stood up. When they saw the situation in front of them clearly, everyone's scalps went numb, and a sense of horror arose spontaneously. The sound came from the trees. Looking carefully, the trees that had been empty during the day were now filled with owl-like birds. They looked the same as the zombie warriors and zombie magicians during the day, half rotten flesh and half skeletons. There were no feathers on its body, and its body was burning with a strange green flame that resembled a will-o'-the-wisp. In the dark night, balls of will-o'-the-wisp were like the will-o'-the-wisp of the netherworld in a graveyard. It was very frightening. Kiki. On a tree in front of them, the magician who had escaped during the day was looking at everyone with a ghastly expression. He waved the magic scepter in his hand, and a green magical wall of fire instantly drilled out of the ground, forming a circle of fire that surrounded all 17 people. Lon chanted, wanting to use ice magic to extinguish the magical wall of fire. Who would have thought that ice magic would have no effect on the strange wall of fire, and the fire continued to burn fiercely. Off to the side, a female magician screamed. Because she couldn't dodge in time, her body was stained by the green wall of fire. It was just a bit of fire, but in the blink of an eye, her body quickly changed. Her flesh quickly decayed, and her white bones could be seen. She quickly turned into a zombie magician. She jumped up and stood on the tree with the zombie magician. The female magician was an earth magician. As soon as she turned into a zombie, she quickly pierced a few earth spikes. What made everyone tremble with fear was that her earth spikes actually carried the effect of zombie poison. The raging fire approached step by step, and no one dared to rush out of the wall of fire. In addition, they also had to be on guard against the earth spikes that were everywhere. Damn it, what the hell is that? Madame Chi-Bai was also unlucky. There were several times when she was almost hit by the earth spikes. She didn't want to become like the zombie female magician, who was neither human nor ghost. Little wild cat, follow me. Yi Baiming's gaze focused. The situation was critical, and he had to make a decision in the shortest amount of time. Whether or not they could successfully break out of the encirclement was not only related to him, but also related to Yunxing's life. In the blink of an eye, Yi Baiming reacted. His right arm shook, and a biting cold fighting aura tore apart the green zombie fire. He then stomped his feet, hiding Yunxing behind him, and a layer of biting cold fighting aura emanated from his body. The wind tore a crack in the zombie fire, just enough for the two of them to pass through. He pulled Yunxing and was about to cross the gap in the fire. As for the others, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. When Dugashiot saw this, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He roared, and a dense black fighting aura surrounded his body. He reached out and protected Madame Chi-Bai under his hand. He leapt up, reaching a height of several dozen meters. Without using his fighting aura wings, he had already passed through the wall of fire. Yunxing was pulled along by Yi Baiming, but she was still worried about Qi and Sister Lan. Just as the two of them were about to cross the wall of fire, Yunxing's eyelids twitched. Not good. Yunxing's sharp senses detected a wave of earth magic that was about to take action. The zombie female magician had already chanted, and several earth spikes that were dipped in zombie poison broke out of the ground. If this continued, Yunxing and Yi Baiming would both be stabbed. Without any hesitation, Yunxing broke free from Yi Baiming's hand and pushed Yi Baiming away. Her body, however, fell into the zombie fire due to the strong inertia. The zombie fire gathered once again, and the green flames instantly engulfed Yunxing. Yunxing. Yi Baiming's heart trembled. His fear transformed into an icy chill that invaded his entire body, and a vicious aura engulfed Yi Baiming like a flood. In that instant, his gray eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, and scales burst out from his arms. Seeing Yunxing fall into the fire, Dugashiu's heart also trembled. He pushed Madame Yunxing outside and was about to rush into the fire to rescue Yunxing. Just at this moment, Dugashiu's eyes froze, and his body that was about to jump into the fire stopped abruptly. He thought that he was seeing things, but there was a trace of red in the zombie fire that was burning again. Chapter 807. At first, the red was just a small dip, but later on, the red was like a spark that could not be stopped. Like a demonic lotus fire from hell, it burned crazily as if oil had been poured on it. A figure walked out of the wall of fire. The figure became clearer and clearer, and it was Yunxing. Bathed in fire, Yunxing's magic robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Her face was fair and flawless in the green zombie fire. But the most frightening thing was her forehead. The mark that symbolized the elven hellfire was tender and beautiful, as if it would burst out of her forehead at any time. When Yunxing fell into the zombie fire, she was not afraid at all. Playing with fire with her. What a joke, showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. Tonight, she was going to let those blind zombies take a look. Who was the ancestor of playing with fire? A sense of pride arose spontaneously. She was the only inheritor of the elven hellfire on the continent. The elven hellfire was the king of all flames. All other flames would retreat when they saw it. Duguxiu seemed to be possessed as he stared at the beautiful face in the flames. Yunxing's black hair fluttered in the flames. Her eyes were as dark as the night. One look from her could suck away a person's soul. With every step she took, a lotus-like ball of hellfire would appear under her feet. With every step she took, the remaining green zombie fire would shrink back a little. The elven hellfire that came from the Fire Elven Queen was a divine fire that had a part of the power of the ancient divine beast, Swanee. How could ordinary zombie fire compare to it? Once Yunxing's elven hellfire appeared, the zombie fire retreated as if it had met its natural enemy. It was engulfed by the elven hellfire in an instant. It was as if an army of 1,000,000 ferocious lions were charging toward a defeated army. The zombie fire was forced to retreat, and the elven hellfire was closing in on them. The zombie fire was extinguished, but Yunxing did not forget the culprit. She raised her left hand high, and the second soul stone on her magic scepter shone. The incantation in her mind was completed in an instant. She waved her right hand, and a fiery explosion hit the zombie mage on the tree. The latter didn't even have time to cry out before his entire body turned into a ball of flames and burned to ashes, falling to the ground. When the zombie-like male magician was burned to ashes and fell to the ground, the people trapped in the fire took the opportunity to rush out. When Madame Chi Bai saw Yunxing's karmic fire of the red lotus, her face revealed a terrified expression. She didn't expect that Yunxing could release such a domineering fire. The mages, including Azura, were also dumbstruck. At this moment, Yunxing was like a killing god bathed in flames. With a raise of her hand, she possessed a terrifying power that could take people's lives. An ear-piercing bird cry pierced his eardrums. Just as Yunxing killed the zombie male magician, an ear-piercing shriek came from the tree. Only then did everyone realize that among the hundreds of night owls resting on the branches, there was one that was the most special. Its appearance somewhat resembled an owl, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was different from the other zombie owls. Its entire body was covered in purple feathers, and its feathers were glossy. Its pair of eyes emitted a pale green glow as it stood at the highest point of the branch, looking like a monarch overlooking the world. Needless to say, this night owl was the leader of this group of zombie owls, the purple-feathered Night Owl King. When Yunxing suddenly released the karmic fire of the elves, the purple-feathered night owl's eyes revealed a human-like rage. Its mung bean-sized eyes stared hatefully at Yunxing. When it first discovered that this group of strangers had entered Taiyuan Mountain, the Night Owl King first targeted Yi Baiming and Duguxiu in the crowd. These two people were the strongest among all of them. Therefore, just now, it also focused its attack on the two of them. But it didn't expect that such a terrifying flame would suddenly burst out from within this female magician's body. Out of a magical beast's intuition, the Night Owl King's consciousness had an additional warning. Threat, Threat, that woman is a threat. Kill her, kill her. Her flame carries a trace of divine power. She must be killed first. As soon as the Night Owl King's shrill cry fell, the zombie owls that were originally perched on the tree trunk flapped their wings one after another. There were actually hundreds of them in the flock. Their feathers fell and turned into daggers covered in zombie poison. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards Yunxing and many other places behind her. These feathered beasts. Yi Baiming's gaze turned cold. He pushed his palm forward, and a gust of fighting aura swept towards those daggers like a gale. The fighting aura was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Its power was astonishing. The moment it touched those daggers, the daggers were shaken into powder. Release the arrows and kill that purple night owl, Duguxiu ordered, and the later Qin cavalry raised their arrows one after another. At this moment, everyone, including Duguxiu, could already clearly see that the Purple Night Owl King was the leader of these zombies. Lon and the others were entangled with the female zombie magician. The later Qin soldiers drew their crossbows and shot randomly at the zombie bird. However, the Purple Night Owl King's movements were extremely agile. Many of the crossbow arrows were dodged by it one by one. It flapped its wings, and from time to time, it created a small purple whirlpool. As soon as the crossbow arrows got close to the whirlpool, they were sucked into the whirlpool. It flapped its wings again, and the whirlpool spat out more crossbow arrows. The crossbow arrows changed direction and shot towards the soldiers who shot the arrows. Not only did this Night Owl King have amazing strength, but it also knew how to think like a human. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Let me borrow your bow. Just as the later Qin soldiers were in a terrible state, Yunxing asked for a crossbow. The later Qin cavalryman looked at Duguxiu. Although Duguxiu didn't know what Yunxing wanted a bow for, he still nodded and let the soldier pass the bow to Yunxing. She knocked the bow, aimed at the Night Owl King, and moved her fingertips. The arrow, which had the effect of sealing magic, whistled through the air. It was extremely sharp and shot directly towards the Night Owl King. In terms of arm strength, Yunxing, who only had the physique of a magician, could not even compare to the later Qin cavalryman's arrows. This move again. A trace of disdain flashed across the Night Owl King's mung-bean eyes. It casually flapped its wings, and a purple whirlpool was about to form. Unexpectedly, just as the Owl King raised its wings, a wave of magic rippled, and its wings were instantly immobilized. The elf's magic sealing arrow came into play in a timely manner. Immediately after, the second and third arrows were shot. The Night Owl King's body was firmly fixed. For the first time, there was fear in its eyes. With the Night Owl King's body restrained, the rest of the battle became much simpler. Azura and the others killed the female zombie magician, and the zombie night owls were also cleaned up. Qi stepped forward and caught the Night Owl King. What surprised everyone was that this Night Owl King was not a zombie. It was a living magic beast. The origin of the zombie poison was quickly investigated. It was all the doing of this Night Owl King. Its beak and claws carried zombie poison. The warriors and magicians who had turned into zombies because they had been infected with the zombie poison from its body. After the battle, a small number of people in the elite camp suffered minor injuries, and 2 magicians died. Chapter 808. On Ho Chin's side, they also lost 2 martial artists. Another few people were seriously injured. With Yunxing around, those people's lives were not in danger. What species is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Madame Qi Bai examined the purple feather owl king. Not only on the boundless continent, but even in the Ba Huang tribe, she had never seen such a magical beast. It should be a mutated magical beast. Abandon carefully extracted the poison from the Owl King's body. He was worried that they would encounter more purple feather owl kings later on in the journey. For safety reasons, he planned to find the antidote with Yunsheng as soon as possible. With the antidote, they wouldn't have to be afraid of zombies later on. Taiyuan ruins are indeed a little strange. Yunsheng recalled the Taiyuan eucalyptus at the foot of the mountain and this terrifying purple feather owl. Taiyuan Mountain hid two types of mutated creatures that had never appeared on the mainland. This wasn't a good thing. Ah! Madame Chi Bai screamed. The purple feather owl king exploded right in front of her eyes. Purple blood sprayed all over her face. It was smelly and fishy, scaring her so much that she turned pale. TSK, this thing can actually self-destruct. We didn't find the soul stone. Lon was a little disappointed. It's okay. I've already extracted the poison and a portion of its blood. It should be able to be used for treatment. Abandon had already obtained a portion of the poison and blood. After checking, he found that it was similar to the first type of snake venom that Mentor Shi Huang had found. There's an exit in front. Yi Baiming and a few warriors from the mainland's elite camp walked back. After being trapped in this mountain path for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally found the exit. It seemed that the reason why they couldn't find the exit earlier was because of this purple feather owl. Then let's get out quickly. If we stay in this damned place any longer, we'll puke. Yunsheng and the others followed the group and walked forward. After the journey to the fork, the number of people in their group increased to 16. While Yunsheng and the others were trapped in the fork, the situation of the other forces who had entered the different forks was not worse than Yunsheng and the others. Although they didn't encounter any zombies, they did encounter magical beasts of the 4 major attributes. The magical beast's magic was very strange. After a bloody battle and losing nearly half of their members, the members of the major forces finally managed to escape from their respective mountain paths. Damn it, my clothes are ruined. Qingbai took a deep breath after walking out of the fork in the road. Qingbai had never been in such a sorry state in his entire life. He had always fancied himself as a romantic, and had the image of a young master dressed in plain clothes. But this time, when he came out, his hair was burnt, his clothes were black, and even the bone fan in his hand had a big hole in it. Zhou State and the Hunters Guild didn't have much luck. They encountered a fire-type commander-level magical beast, the Bramble Firebird. The flames spat out by this kind of bird could even melt purple gold ore. Although there were a few mages in the team, they didn't help them at all. They caused the deaths of several people in the Wushuan Everlasting Hall and 1 person in the Hunters Guild. Because of this, Qingbai and Bujiuxiao had some opinions about the mages. Along the way, they didn't say a word. It's good enough that we're alive. I think the other forces aren't much better than us. Bujiuxiao's situation was worse than Qingbai's. At the last moment, he killed the flaming bird with his own strength. Although he successfully killed the flaming firebird, Bujiuxiao's arm was also burned by the fire and couldn't be used for a while. His left arm was already wrapped in a thick bandage and couldn't be used for the time being. Sigh, I hope Baiming and the others are fine. Isn't that Baiming and the others? Qingbai was still worried about the situation on Yi Baiming's side. As he spoke, he saw Yi Baiming and the others walking out of the forest. At the same time, Tianyu, Zhou Qingchuan, Huiyu, and the others also walked out. The few teams actually arrived at about the same time. Even Li Xiao came out with several of Tang Yuan's mages. Everyone's situation wasn't good. There were fewer people, and some people in the team were injured. However, the few of them noticed that the fork in the road earlier had disappeared. They all walked out of the forest in different directions. Bai, Zhou, why are you guys like this? Seeing his good friend in a sorry state and injured state, Yi Baiming couldn't help but be shocked. Wow, you guys don't look like you've lost much. Only 4 people are missing. We've lost 7 people. Cheng Bai glanced at Yi Baiming's team. Other than a few people who were slightly injured, the others were neatly dressed and looked like they had just returned from an outing. The other major factions also suffered losses. Heaven's Winged Jade's group lost 8 people. On Huiyu's side, 9 sprites died. Their luck was even worse. They suddenly encountered water-type magical beasts with attributes that countered each other, causing their losses to be especially heavy. However, the one who suffered the most losses was Tang Yuan. Li Xiao had not hesitated to waste time earlier and turned back to the foot of the mountain to collect wild fruits. He brought 20 people and thought that they could successfully reach the Taiyuan ruins. Who knew that they would enter a strange fork in the road? They also encountered the purple feather owl king at the fork in the road. However, compared to Yunsheng and the others, they had no elven hellfire or abandon, who knew how to detoxify the zombie poison. When they broke out of the encirclement, a total of 13 people died. Li Xiao only brought out 7 people. In that case, there's clearly no fork in the road. I feel like we've stepped into a trap set by someone else. Looking at the dense forest without a single fork in the road, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. In the past 3 days, this seemingly peaceful forest had devoured dozens of lives. Who knew how many human bones were buried in the withered leaves and bushes in the forest? This damned ghost historical site is really strange, Cheng Bai spat. But even so, no one was willing to withdraw at this time. They were here for the divine artifact. After climbing another 500 meters, they would be able to enter the Taiyuan ruins. The ancient Taiyuan ruins were already clearly visible. The white buildings that looked like they were carved out of ivory were waiting for them at the top of the mountain. The major forces decided to rest for a day before entering the Taiyuan ruins. This time, no one planned to go first. After the strange Taiyuan eucalyptus and the bizarre appearance and disappearance of the mountain path, everyone felt that they could not act rashly. No one knew what kind of ridiculous creatures would exist in the Taiyuan ruins. At night, everyone camped in place to rest and set off for the ruins the next morning. At that time, it was already the 6th day since the 6 major forces entered the Taiyuan ruins. Chapter 809. On the top of the mountain, the purple cloud was entrenched. It was a clear night. If there were no purple clouds, one would be able to see the sky full of stars on such a high mountain. But because of the purple cloud, the moonlight could only pour down through the purple cloud. The moonlight was also dyed purple and fell on the white Taiyuan ruins. The whole ruins seemed to be dyed purple. Back then, Prince Taiyuan of Penglai had chosen Mount Taiyuan as his new territory. He'd brought his family and subordinates to settle down in Mount Taiyuan, which had been a barren wasteland at the time. How many people did the Prince of Taiyuan bring with him? This point was already unknown. But from the number of houses in the ruins of Taiyuan, the number of people should not be less than 100. Because there were hundreds of houses in the entire Taiyuan city. White was the main color of the ruins of Taiyuan. The buildings here, from the houses to the Taiyuan city lord's mansion, were all made of white stone. It was like a village in a fairy tale. She walked up the steps that were covered with moss. The cold wind on the top of the mountain blew in their ears. Late at night, the ruins were silent. Even the sound of insects could not be heard. They kept walking forward. At the highest point of Taiyuan Mountains, on the steepest mountain near the sea, there was a miracle castle that covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was indeed a castle. Compared to the castles in the pictures that Yunxing saw in the modern world, it was more magnificent and more magical. This castle was the Taiyuan city lord's mansion. The Prince of Penglai did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to build the Taiyuan City Lord's Mansion. When the Taiyuan City Lord's Mansion was first built, it was very beautiful. It was like a pearl in Taiyuan Mountains. Whether it was day or night, it shined brightly. But since Taiyuan City was destroyed overnight, it became a forbidden area in the eyes of the outside world. If it was not for the starry sky magic array in the temple indicating that the 8 barren artifacts were hidden here, perhaps no one would come here again. The Taiyuan City Lord's Mansion was the same as the other residencies in the Taiyuan ruins. It was no longer complete. But compared to the ordinary houses in the Taiyuan ruins, the castle was more damaged. It was as if it had experienced an earthquake or a hurricane, or a terrifying thunderstorm. The entire City Lord's Mansion was split into 2 halves. Its dome-shaped roof, like a head cut off by an executioner on a scaffold, tumbled to the ground. The walls and doors had also collapsed. But upon closer inspection, whether it was the walls or the bricks, every brick and tile of the Taiyuan City Lord Mansion was carved out of priceless ivory. Even after experiencing the terrible accident hundreds of years ago, every tusk was still as new as before. Through the broken walls and slanted doors, one could see the luxurious scene of the former City Lord's Mansion. The ground was inlaid with magnificent marble, and a magic fountain that had already dried up was lying on the ground. There were also a large number of gold coins and precious gems scattered on the ground of the City Lord's Mansion. There were even some soul stones among them. Just these things alone were enough to make most of the people on the boundless continent go crazy. As long as one casually took some of them, it would be enough for many people to live without worries for the rest of their lives. However, all of this had been quietly scattered on the ground for hundreds of years. The night deepened. At this moment, from the deepest part of the City Lord's Mansion, a strange sound came from somewhere. Because it was too far away, Yunsheng and the others, who were still on the ridge, could not hear the sound here. The sound was very soft at first, but as time passed, the sound became louder and louder. Dong 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 dong, huff huff, it sounded like someone was underground, banging on the ground, trying to break free from a dungeon. It also sounded like a prisoner who had been severely punished and could not bear the burden, panting heavily. The banging and panting sound echoed throughout the night. After the first ray of morning light appeared on the horizon, the sound gradually disappeared. On the ridge, Yunsheng had already completed her morning meditation. She unexpectedly discovered that after entering Taiyuan Mountain, although there were many dangers, but under the effect of the celestial meditation, the magic power in her body had stabilized a lot. She had vaguely jumped from the beginner level of Sky Mage to the intermediate level of Sky Mage. In just a few days' effort, there was actually such a gratifying improvement. Taiyuan Mountain was indeed a very mysterious place. Our is not much difference, let's prepare to set off. Lan and Duguxiu reorganized their troops, and the other major forces also walked together towards the ruins of Taiyuan. After crossing a mountain path that was not too steep, the ruins of Taiyuan finally appeared in front of them. So quiet. So beautiful. This was the feeling everyone had when entering Taiyuan. Other than the whistling of the sea breeze, there was no sound around. This place was like a corner forgotten by the world. Thousands of houses were scattered on this flat ridge in picturesque disorder. The Penglai Prince of Taiyuan must have been a very good person at government affairs. The area of Taiyuan City was not large, just the size of a village, but the houses here, no matter the height or style, were the same. Outside the houses, there were unified animal pens for magical beasts and some traces of magic arrays. The city was crisscrossed with ditches, and the irrigation works were very convenient. For example, there was a magic water delivery device in the dormitory. Once the magic array was activated, clear water would flow out from the tap. In addition, there were a lot of magic arrays arranged in the houses. Those magic arrays could be used for heating and cooking. It could be seen that at that time in Taiyuan City, the popularity of magic was very high, and most of the residents also knew magic. Between the houses, there were neat paths. Looking at the situation more than 500 years ago, Taiyuan City was comparable to any powerful city-state on the boundless continent, whether in terms of economy or living conditions. However, this also increased the doubts of everyone. Why would such a peaceful city decline overnight? Because of the purple clouds, the sun on the top of the mountain was not strong. The ground was covered with emerald green weeds. The crowd did not rush to find the city lord mansion, but went to the nearby houses to look first. After 5 or 6 days of respawning, everyone was running low on food and water. Although they did not have much hope, they still wanted to see if they could find any food and water in the houses. Because of the ruins of Taiyuan, 60 to 70% of the houses have been damaged, or collapsed, or the walls have collapsed. Lan He and Yunxing searched for about a quarter of an hour before they found a relatively less damaged house. They pushed open the half-closed door and heard a creak. The door opened. This was a house facing the north and south. There were 3 entrances. Entering the door was the hall, and on the side was the bedroom. In the hall, all the furnishings were normal. Yunsheng, look, Sister Lan pointed to the dining table in the hall. On the dining table, there were still bowls and chopsticks, as well as several dishes that had not been finished in time. Chapter 8:10. On the dining table in the bungalow, there were a few bowls and plates. Because too much time had passed, the food had dried up. Judging from the furnishings and the tidiness of the house, when the devastating disaster happened in Taiyuan City, the residents of this house were eating. It doesn't look like a disaster happened, Yunxing pondered. There were several theories about what happened in Taiyuan City. Some people said that it was a sudden natural disaster that caused all the villagers to be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. But why were these houses still intact? Everything in the house was intact. Another theory was that because Taiyuan City was close to the sea, it experienced a sudden shipwreck. But Taiyuan City was located on such a high mountain, so a shipwreck was obviously impossible. The last theory, which was also the most reliable one, was that Taiyuan City experienced a beast disaster. As everyone knew, Taiyuan City was built by Taiyuan, the former prince of Penglai. He was expelled from the country because he disobeyed the authority of the Zhao state. Some people said that the Zhao state secretly sent a group of powerful magical beasts to kill the residents of Taiyuan City overnight. According to the situation in the house, this possibility was very low. Otherwise, if there was really a magical beast attack, the house would be a mess. This made it even more difficult for Yunxing to guess what caused the destruction of Taiyuan City overnight. Could it be that the residents here were like dew, evaporating from the earth? Yunxing and Lan found some fresh water in the house, and the food had been moldy and rotten. Other than that, there was nothing else. The residents' clothes and bedding had been weathered and turned into powder with a pinch. Yunxing and Lan saw that there were no clues, so they walked out of the house. The other major forces also came out one after another. Everyone's discovery was the same as Yunxing and the others. There is nothing unusual. Yi Baiming and Du Guxiu also came out of the other 2 houses. The other major forces were already waiting at the intersection. The entire ruin was very quiet, but in this silence, there seemed to be a hair-raising feeling. Of the 7 powers that had entered the mountain earlier, only Tang Yuan, Immortal Abode, and Wuji were left. Sky Wings, the elite battalion, later Qin, Zhou State, Hunter's Guild, Law Temple, and the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion. When they entered the mountain, each team had 20 people. But now, the elite battalion and later Qin had the most people, with a total of 16 people. The other teams had around 10 people left, and Tang Yuan and Li Xiao had the least people. The total number of people had shrunk to 60 or so. The Taiyuan City Lord's mansion is right in front of us. The team moved forward. After passing through a collapsed defensive wall, the Taiyuan castle appeared in front of everyone. Even though part of it had already collapsed, the magnificence and luxury of the Taiyuan castle still attracted everyone's amazement. However, no one was truly immersed in this beautiful scenery. It was very likely that there was a divine artifact of the 8 desolate lands hidden in this castle. Because the entrance had been blocked by a large number of ivory stones, the major powers spent nearly half a day clearing the entrance. The moment the entrance was cleared, Yunxing only heard a soft voice in her ear, like a sigh, but also like a call. "You're here," Yunxing quivered. "What's wrong?" Yi Baiming saw that Yunxing's complexion was not very good and asked with concern. "No, maybe I heard wrong." Yunxing listened carefully again, but the voice from before had disappeared. "You must be too worried. After we go in, follow me." Yi Baiming's big hand held Yunxing's little hand. His eyes were so gentle that it could drown a sea. Yunxing did not answer. Her mind was still filled with the strange voice. Yi Baiming and Yunxing's actions fell into the eyes of the strange magician from Zhou State behind them. His eyes flashed with a hint of venomous hatred like that of a viper. The entrance to the Taiyuan castle was an arched stone door, and inside was a corridor paved with white marble. Heavens, this is a statue carved from purple gold. This is a blanket made from the fur of a 9th-rank magical beast. In this corridor of about 100 meters long, all the items from the time of the Lord of Taiyuan City were perfectly preserved. The Lord of Taiyuan City came from Penglai, which is the country of summoners and magical beasts. Therefore, all the decorations in this corridor had a strong summoner's color. There was a statue of a magical beast placed every 5 meters in the corridor. There were statues of magical beasts from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, and even the commander rank. All the statues were made of purple gold, and the statues were vivid and lifelike. There were many different kinds of magical beasts. Such a statue, even if there was only one, could be sold at a sky-high price on the mainland. Although the warriors and magicians present were all experts carefully selected by the major forces, when they saw these purple gold statues of magical beasts, their eyes could not help but shine. Just when everyone was sighing and even going forward to touch the statues of magical beasts, Yunxing felt a chill down her spine. She always felt that these magical beasts seemed to be staring at them. They were just some statues. How could they give off such a feeling? Yunxing shook her head. It must be because she had experienced too much after entering Taiyuan Mountain in the past few days that she became paranoid. Look, there's a jade tablet in front. The only people who were immune to these sparkling purple gold statues of magical beasts were probably half-baked businessmen like Tianyi and Zhou Qingchuan. Both of them were born in wealthy families and had long been accustomed to this purple gold. Tianyi found a jade tablet. Even Tianyi, who was used to seeing top-grade treasures, could not help but sigh when he saw this jade tablet that was more than 5 meters high. It was a piece of top-grade white marble. A jade tablet with such perfect cut and jade color was rare on the mainland. The jade tablet was engraved with the structure of the whole castle. From the map on the tablet, the whole Taiyuan castle was divided into several major parts: the magical beast corridor, the Taiyuan garden, the living room, the city lord's hall, and the underground palace. On the stone tablet, the main purpose and function of these castles were also briefly explained. Although the structure of the castle looked simple, it was actually as complicated as a maze. There were more than 100 living rooms for guests, and they were all suites with complicated structures. Needless to say, in the city lord's hall in the deepest part of the castle, there was a magic array that led to the underground palace. The corridor where everyone was now was the magical beast corridor on the jade tablet. It was 166 meters long and had a total of 22 magical beasts. There were 2 statues of magical beasts of each level, from the 1st level to the 9th level, and then to the Saint level and King level magical beasts. Did you notice that there are only 2 King level magical beast statues missing? Yunxing suddenly said. That's right, there are only 20 of them. It seems like we're missing 2 of the King level magic beast statues. Could it be that the statues grew legs and ran away? Qingbai joked, but Yunxing didn't even have a trace of a smile on her face. Chapter 8:11. Hey, Yunxing, you're too serious. You're making me nervous. No matter who it is, let's hurry up and find the divine artifact. Qingbai was getting goosebumps because of Yunxing's words. Apart from the magical beast corridor, the Taiyuan garden was further down. According to the Jade Tablet, the Taiyuan garden was built by the Taiyuan city lord to commemorate his beloved concubine who had passed away. It was a garden in the city, and there were many rare and precious herbs planted in it. There were also some holy and even divine-grade herbs that were rarely seen in the mainland. Seeing this, the eyes of the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple burned with desire. Even if they didn't find any divine artifacts on this trip, there was no need for them to make this trip. TSK, this castle is too big. It's even bigger than the palace. There are so many living rooms. As they looked further down, they couldn't help but grumble. Not to mention finding the divine artifact, it would take at least a day to explore all these living rooms. Grumbling aside, they still had to find the divine artifact. After all the living rooms, they arrived at the core area of the Taiyuan castle, the City Lord's Palace. The City Lord's Palace was divided into the inner and outer halls. The outer hall was where the City Lord of Taiyuan used to discuss important matters. It could be seen as a meeting room. The inner hall was where the City Lord of Taiyuan slept. Seeing this, the leaders of the various factions thought to themselves, the divine artifact might be in the inner hall. Apart from the inner hall, the most special part of the entire Taiyuan castle was the underground palace. The underground palace was a special mausoleum where the City Lord of Taiyuan buried his remains after his death. Before the mysterious incident in Taiyuan City, the underground palace had always been empty. Seeing this, the structure of the entire Taiyuan castle was very clear. The leaders were still deep in thought. I have a suggestion. After passing through the Taiyuan garden, why don't we let each faction choose their own destination? As for who can find the divine artifact, it'll all depend on their own abilities, Rui suggested. After entering the Taiyuan ruins, and especially after entering the Taiyuan City Lord's residence, the leaders of the various factions understood that the real competition had only just begun. When they first entered Taiyuan Mountain, to put it bluntly, they were just fighting against demonic beasts and the harsh environment of Taiyuan Mountain. But now, they were fighting against humans. In this world, the most terrifying thing was humans. The map was placed at the entrance. Taiyuan Castle was huge, so whoever could find the divine artifact first would be the winner. Everyone, including Lan and Duga Xiu, agreed with Ru Yi's suggestion. Although they were looking for the divine artifact separately, they all had the same goal in mind. Something as important as the divine artifact was most likely hidden in an important place like the City Lord's Palace. Every force sent one person to make a copy of the map. The Magic Beast Cloister and Taiyuan Flower Garden were still a straight path, but according to the map, once they passed through the flower garden, they would see a corridor that led to a large number of living rooms. As they walked to the end of the corridor, Yunxing frowned. However, the people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion all cheered in unison. In front of them, the fragrance of herbs hit their faces. Although no one had taken care of it for 500 years, this indoor garden in Taiyuan Castle was still growing well. The secret lay in the huge 4 elements magic array in the middle of the garden. This magic array combined the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 elements magic array was a very ancient magic array. The drawing of this magic array had been lost. It could maintain the temperature, humidity, soil fertility, and air circulation in the garden, so that the herbs and flowers here could be maintained in the best condition. It's 7-leaf sage ginseng, St. Grade jade snow lotus, and golden arrow pine. In the face of so many rare herbs, not to mention the people of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, even some of the accompanying warriors and magicians all rushed forward. They were desperate to collect those precious herbs. Yunxing, there's no problem with these herbs. Instructor Shi Huang needs some jade snow lotus. I'll go collect some. Abandon also wanted to collect some. The herbs here were all priceless. Abandon was sure that these things were not poisonous. Wait. Yunxing pulled Abandon. Don't forget about the Taiyuan eucalyptus. Yunxing could also see that these herbs were not poisonous. Regardless of color or smell, they were similar to the herbs she had seen on the continent. But when she thought of the experience of the Taiyuan eucalyptus before she left, Yunxing did not dare to act rashly. The city lord of Taiyuan was not only a summoner, but he was also unique in the field of herbs and poisons. Why would such a man spend so much effort to build a magic array and build the Taiyuan garden just to commemorate a woman? Ah! A miserable scream interrupted Yunxing and Abandon. A doctor from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was picking a 7-leaf purple ginseng. But when he touched the purple ginseng, his hands suddenly turned into a pool of pus. That speed was as if it had come into contact with concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding it in an instant. He wasn't the only one. Many warriors and magicians were screaming and kneeling on the ground. Their hands and feet touched the herbs, and they were all turned into rotten water. The rotten water quickly eroded a living person. Come back, no one is to act rashly. When the leaders of the major forces saw this, they immediately ordered their team members not to touch those herbs and flowers. Abandon was also shocked. His hands and feet instantly turned cold. If not for Yunxing holding him back just now, he was afraid that he would be. What the hell is this? Cheng Bai wiped his cold sweat. Oh my god, he almost had the idea of digging up a stalk of sage ginseng to make ginseng wine for his old man. That was a matter of life and death, and he almost turned into pus. What exactly is going on? These herbs are obviously not poisonous. The leader of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to cry. Just now, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had the most people who went to pick the herbs. Just counting the doctors alone, 3 or 4 of them were corroded by these poisonous flowers. 2 magicians from the temple were also affected. The situation of the other forces was slightly better, but there were still less than 2 deaths. This seemingly beautiful garden suddenly became as scary as a mass grave. Yunxing walked to a pool of pus, checked the color, and sniffed the smell. The herbs are not poisonous. Just now, these people all touched the purple gold statues. If I'm not wrong, the problem lies with the purple gold statues of the magical beasts. There should be something on the statues. Once it comes into contact with the herbs in the garden, it will form a strong corrosive poison. The owner of this castle warned us that greed will be punished. Yunxing took a deep breath. He heard a flurry of footsteps and knew that the people from the other major factions must be on the move. Seeing this, the magicians behind Rui couldn't help but become anxious. Lord Rui, are we not going to chase after them? Why lower yourself to their level? Do you think that Elder Si Ming will really let them find the 8 Desolations divine artifact? Rui's kind face had a hint of slyness. This time, the temple used the Starry Sky magic array to detect the whereabouts of the 8 Desolations divine artifact. Elder Si Ming Ji Youth suffered a great loss because of this. Finding the whereabouts of the 8 Desolations divine artifact made the other 6 major factions very grateful to the temple. This also brought about a good reputation for the temple. In the past few years, with the rise of the mainland's elite camp and the Little Enchanting, the temple had suffered a great blow. Elder Si Ming Ji Yu had always wanted the temple to regain the recognition of the mainland. Therefore, this time, he had set up this trap. Ru Yi took out a magic crystal ball. Elder Si Ming, before we set off, we have already injected a portion of the Starry Sky power into this crystal ball. As long as we get close to the 8 Desolations divine artifact, this crystal ball will emit a dazzling light. We will find the 8 Desolations divine artifact before the other factions. There's no time to lose, let's move out immediately. Ru Yi led a group of magicians and headed towards the depths of the Taiyuan castle. After Ru Yi and the others left, Yunxing stepped out from the corner. She looked at the backs of the people who were leaving with a faint smile. She pretended to be deep in thought and stroked her chin. It seems that everyone came prepared. Everyone wants to find the 8 Desolations divine artifact, right? Then I'll let you guys find it to your heart's content. Girls who are out of books can go and read a few of Fuzi's old books: Reborn Socialite, I'm the Biggest, Reborn Space Farming, Unlimited Army, and The Strongest Abandoned Immortal.